Hello world, and welcome to tonight's stream. Hopefully I'll be able to get my schedule sorted out. I think I should be able to stream chess regularly on Saturdays since, especially since the lockdown in where I'm living, my province just announced a much harsher lockdown for the pandemic and all that. So it's like, yeah, I'm probably just gonna be playing chess on Saturdays and stuff anyway. So, so I could probably stick to that schedule. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to this since I haven't streamed chess before, and I think it could be a lot of fun. So, what's it called? Since there isn't anyone currently watching, I was thinking maybe I will just play some rapid games really quick. And just to make sure that there's no cheating, I think I will just not pay attention to the chat, and I think I'll turn on some classical music. I know that people generally like hearing music on streams, so it's like I also think copyright is a very important thing to respect and all that. So the classical music recordings that I'm going to use are ones that are within the public domain. They are ones that I got on, I forget the site. It's one that's very well regarded by academic researchers. I could probably find it right now, actually. That's the site. Yeah, that's it. This site, not the. Why are there cosplay ads on this site? I don't know. But this IMSLP library, I'm going to be using recordings that were made public domain by the Czech National Orchestra. So, looking forward to some of that. And to ensure that, I think I will play a few rated rapid games, but just to ensure that there's no cheating, I'm not going to look at my chat at all. I'm going to kind of cover up my chat window and maybe only look at the chat after the game is done. And let's get to it, I guess. Let's turn on some classical music. And let's get to it. Here we go. This is why I'm called the King's Knight, by the way. It's because my openings are going to start with this. Okay, no, that's a joke. But anyway. Should have pre-moved this. They almost always take. Anyway, after this, what's the move I should play? This one. This is called an exchange Alekhine, this variation. The idea behind this opening, of course, is to provoke white into building up a big center, and then you strike back with your pieces. Sure, taking a while to think about this one. Interesting. I'm gonna go here. Looks a little dangerous because the queen can come here and give a check and fork the king and the knight if it comes there. So that's why I'm not going to take this. Anyway. Should I mess up the pawn structure? I think I'll just chill for now, even though there's an argument for taking here because it forces these pawns to be doubled. does give white the G file, which makes me a little bit uncomfortable, of course. Of course, let's see. I think I'll take now, if he's doing that. Tempt him into taking with the bishop. Oh, he's gonna take with that anyway. Okay. I think I'll play this then. Now threatening this pawn. If he defends with b3, we play bishop f6. And let's see. I think I will castle queenside since this file is now open. Ah, I blundered. Made a mistake. But it's okay. I'll let him take it. The reason why is because the bishop's going to come here. You don't want the knight? Huh, that's weird. Well, okay then. I'll move here. Let's see. I think here's a better square. Alright. Just wait for that. What should I do here? What should I do? You know what? I think f5 is a very nice spot for this knight. I think I'll try moving him there. Or maybe harass the king. In general with doubled pawns, especially isolated doubled pawns, the square in front is a very good spot to put your knight. So like this square here. Kind of interesting, kind of chatting with the opponent. That usually doesn't happen in games, but hey, why not? Like, what we're talking about here is... Oh, now he's got that. So now I'll just put my knight back here. And I'll support it with g6. Or actually, support it with the other knight is better, because I don't really want to double my own pawns. Like, this knight now has a better spot than on c8. It's now a lot more active here. Now, him moving his queen away from protecting the bishop, it does give me some ideas for some tactics I can do. Let's see. Do I even care about this? I probably do, actually. Take. I think I'll just defend. It does create a nasty weakness over here on the square, but... it's opening up the position. Let's see... let's do it. They're being attacked, just trade. Let's see. I could take with the knight here. I think take with queen is good. Yeah, actually, since it hits this rook here. It does open up the diagonal, which is a little scary. I don't want his queen coming to this square, you know? Oh! That was probably not a good move. Now, let's stop and think for a minute. We've got lots of time. Let's stop and think. Do I take the free rook? Do I trade queen for 2 rooks? That's another idea. Do I just take and then drop back over here? It's another idea. Very interesting and risky play. I kind of like it. I think my best move might be queen takes here and then maybe play knight here, but then that allows this. Could also just take with the pawn. Very interesting game. Should really think here. This is a very critical position. There's an idea. Queen takes here. Queen takes here. King comes here. Knight here with check. If bishop takes, queen comes here with check. Queen escapes and gives me time to take here. I would essentially be giving up knight for rook. That's an idea. What else? What else? He also has queen takes, which is an interesting idea, but then rook takes, and if rook takes queen, my rook can escape. This pawn doesn't fork my king and rook anymore. Although this knight is under fire. Let's do it. Let's go crazy. Now here. Now here. Just to get the queen away from the threats. And now, let's see. Now what do I want to do? Probably just this. Because this diagonal is, of course, very weak. It's going like that. Now, let's see. Could play there. Could play here. Go there. Try to put my knight here or something. He has these 2 very nasty pawns, but if I can get rid of the queen and the bishop, the light squared bishop, then I'm kind of okay. Let's see. Okay, going for that. It's not a mistake since he'll be forking my king and queen anyway. If he takes with the rook, that would be really interesting. Alright, now here... I think I want to just... strike back. Don't let the rook come to the 7th rank. Even though that's... although, let's see. If I play king takes, he plays rook there. I don't like that. Go do this. I have to watch this square, of course. Could sack the exchange back. I could play for some tricks. Go play for some tricks. He probably sees it. Yep, he sees it. Okay. Now here. What's it called? What do I want to do? I'll probably draw this if I want. Yeah. Let's just chill for now. Gotta think, what's the right plan? Right there. And... let's see. Just check the king away. And... I don't know. This is probably a draw. I think I'll just play for a draw. Yeah. Seems to make sense. Let's see. How do I win? How do I win? I don't think there's a way to win. I think he's got the winning chances here. I'll just do that. Draw is fine. Yep, I accept. Oh, let's check my chat. See if there's anything in there. Nope, but that's fine. Right. I should probably show that critical position where I made a bit of a mistake. Where was it now? It was when I castled queenside, roughly over here. So the idea is he plays f4 here, which is a very good move. And the reason why I didn't move my knight is because if I say like if I move my knight to here, then this bishop comes to here, and I have no way to stop this pin. I can't move this pawn because my bishop is in the way. Like basically he moves this guy to here. How do you draw arrows? I forgot. Ah, there you are. That's how I draw arrows. I am terrible at drawing arrows. I gotta get better at that. But anyway, that's the idea. If this knight moves away, the bishop can come there. So that's why I played king b8. Just to get out of the pin. That's something you've always got to watch for in queenside type stuff. Doesn't seem that opponent wants a rematch, but that's fine. You can always play new opponents. Double check the chat. Nothing there. Okay. Let's play another game of Rapid. And as before, I'll start with the King's Knights. And let's see, this looks like... might be a French setup. Might not be. He's gonna go e5. So this will probably be a reversed King's Indian. I like the setup since you can play it against just about anything. Anyway, here... what will I do? Will I go for the standard Knight D2 or the Knight C3 idea? I like Knight C3, let's go for it. I tend to do that during the King's Indian. Let's go E5, sorry, E4. Now drop it back here. He goes there. Let's see. I think he's planning to castle queenside. That's probably his idea here. Go make a waiting move. Just A3, take away this square. Let's go here. And we don't actually care too much about this trade. It's fine. So, where are you castling, opponent? I think I know where. You're castling queenside. You kind of just telegraphed that to me. Not a good square for the bishop, since now this pawn is hanging. Though he might intentionally let me take it. Nope! Doesn't want to. Okay. Just do that. And develop. Let's see, queen's coming up. Reasonable move. I think I have a lead in the development, so I should probably just break away at the center. Although my king is a little suspicious here. Queen coming out. That'll be fun. G6. Okay. I think I take because I got the attack on his knight. He can take that, but then I can take that. If he takes here, my knight can just retreat. I can just take this pawn. Or I can take with this knight, the extra fancy. I think just retreat is better. Let's put on one of my favorite classical pieces. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so he's going like that. That's an interesting idea. Alright, in this situation, maybe I should take with my queen here. I can also go queen check. That's an idea as well. Shouldn't go d5 because then queen takes. I think I'll go like this. I think this is fine. Goes like that. Take like this. We'll give a little check first. Don't like opening up my king that much. Let's see. Lots of choices, lots of decisions. You know what? His king's pretty open. Let's do it. Let's see, he's going like that. Takes with the knight. see, what do I want to do here? Go like this. No like squares and stuff, so that's good. This gets super annoying and stop him from castling. Maybe bring this knight over to here and then to there. Yeah, let's threaten a pin. Basically, the idea is rook comes to here, picking up that knight for free. Alright. Go play here. My knight is now on a very nice square. Very strong square for the knight. I'm of course sacking a pawn in the process. But this is fast time control. When in doubt, go for piece activity. Let's see. Interesting idea. I think I'll take this with check. And just move it out of there. Yeah, kind of missed some of the ideas with that move. It was a good one. Although, I don't actually lose this pawn since I get it back almost immediately. Question is, which rook? I think there have been entire books written about which rook is correct. Alright. I'll just check. My bishop covers this square, so I think I care more about this file than the d file. We'll just keep attacking. It's going like that. That's interesting. Let's see. Although, what does his rook even do there? I don't know. Let's see. We go here with check. King runs to there. Here with check. If king runs back, I can just take the pawn. If he goes there, you go there and maybe double up on the bubble up and be very scary. Although, what if he goes here? Well, then I think I just go there immediately. Yeah, I like that. Just take the initiative. Let's go here now. Take the pawn. Maybe I'm missing something, I don't know. Here's that move. But I don't really care that much. Ooh. Oh my, this is good. This is good. You might just resign here. Oh, it's checkmate! I didn't even notice! I was just thinking of winning this rook. I didn't even notice it was checkmate. Oh, wow. Very nice checkmate, too. Very nice. But yeah, in this game, I think I'll pause the classical music for a second. In this game, notice that I was caring a lot more about my pieces, their activity, how they're working together, and combining their strengths, as opposed to worrying too much about pawns and stuff. Like that's a very very important theme in what's it called? Well, especially fast time controls. Very important that you prioritize piece activity over material. Like, material is still important. Like, it's probably the third most important thing. But piece activity, very important. Piece activity is what won this game. Like, notice that all of my pieces are participating in my plan, Whereas my opponent's pieces, they look really silly. Like, what is this rook even doing? He's just staring at a pawn. Like, what is that? You know. Oh, and this knight is, well, what is it doing? You know, what is this knight doing? Like this rook, I think this rook is okay, even though he's kind of in the way of the king. Like in general, the three most important things in chess are king safety, that's priority number one, followed by piece activity, and then, what's it called? Material. Like, and sometimes they kind of shift a little in terms of what's more important, but that's the usual order. Like, it kind of depends on the position a little. But anyway, let's check the chat. Oh, hello, Godzio Odinho. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. This is my first chess stream, so I'm fairly new at this, but when I'm playing my rapid games, since they are rated games, like I like to have them rated just to, what's it called, add some weight to it, make sure I play serious. Like when I play the rated rapid games, I make sure to not pay attention to the chat and only look at the chat afterwards, since I don't want to do anything that could be considered cheating or anything like that, just in case, you know, someone writes a move in the chat and is like, oh, you should play this move and win the game. But anyway, let's take a look at the analysis board of this game, like the computer analysis. Since, like, the reason why I'm using Lichess over chess.com is on chess.com, I think you have to pay in order to get unlimited analyses. Oh, and there goes Nightbot. And let's see. How badly did I play this game? Let's see. So far, not so bad, actually. Like, inaccuracies are kind of okay. Like, inaccuracies are kind of proof that I'm human. Whereas mistakes and blunders, you should care about those. So, I wonder what my blunder was. It's usually something in the opening or something. Centre-pawn loss isn't too bad, and this chart looks very good. Blunders or not, this is a really, really nice chart. So maybe I should, like, go through this game. Yeah, it gives a chance to chat and stuff. So the opening. Oh, the difference between a blunder and a mistake is a blunder is just a lot more severe. Like, I think a mistake, it might mean that you had a big advantage and now it's a little bit smaller now, but you might still be winning. Whereas a blunder might be you were winning before, or things were equal before, and now you were just losing sort of thing. And like, I think that might be the difference. I'm not that sure. It's mainly just severity. Whereas inaccuracies are just very, very slight mistakes, where it's like a computer would make a better move here, but you know, only worry about inaccuracies when you're a grandmaster, and even then, grandmasters, they might not care too much. They might be like, it's all good, like, you know, oh, like the proper move might be really, really hard to find. So how long have I played chess? Let's see. I played chess a fair bit when I was a teenager, and like I'm currently in my late 20s now. So when I was a teenager, I think I started when I was 8 years old, and I stopped when I was 16 or so maybe about 7 or 8 years, something like that. And then I stopped playing chess when I went to university, and, you know, because, you know, I wanted to prioritize other things in my life, like job and, you know, my future and all that. And basically, eventually I got a good job. I, you know, bought the townhouse condo that I live in. It's not much, but it's a house, and I'm very, very bored at my job, so I thought, hey, let's get back into chess, let's have some fun. And so when I was a teenager, when I stopped playing, I was about 1800. Like, I'm in Canada, so I was about 1850 CFC. There was a brief period where I was about 1900 in the rating system. Now I would say I'm probably about 2,000 or about expert level strength. I'm not fully sure because I have to actually go and play in some over-the-board tournaments in order to confirm that. I might actually be a little bit stronger, but like as what I was when I was a teenager, my strength tends to fluctuate quite a bit. Like sometimes I'll make very silly mistakes. I'll hang a tactic like in the game before this, and I'll be like, oh no, I hung a tactic. Oh no, I'm gonna lose. And other times I'll just find these brilliant combinations that just completely dominates a higher rated opponent, and the higher rated opponent is like, holy crap, where did you learn to play like that? So I think I'll talk a little bit about this game, as it was kind of interesting, and I am going to talk a little bit about this opening later in the stream. So the opening I played here is called the King's Indian Attack. It's kind of similar to the King's Indian Defense, only you're playing it as white, and the middle game theory does get a little bit different depending on what your opponent does. You can actually use this opening against openings like the French Defense, the Sicilian, and even the Caro-Kann, although it doesn't do as well against the Caro-Kann. It's usually used against the French or the Sicilian. Bobby Fischer actually used this opening quite a bit in his teenage years, even though he's an E4 player. I like to think of this opening as an E4 opening. So anyway, the King's Indian Attack. It kind of starts like this. White's moves are kind of almost always the same. It's just the move order might differ a little. So it's kind of like you're playing a King's Indian Defense. Kind of like you're building a little house for yourself. Knight c6, and then you castle. A very easy way to remember this setup is it's like you're building a house. This knight is kind of like a chimney. These three pawns are kind of like the roof of your house. This bishop is kind of like a window, and the rook is kind of like the door, and the king is you. So anyway, black plays knight f6 here. Here the computer is suggesting that I play d4. I think sometimes you actually do that. Sometimes you might play like a Catalan or a reverse Grunfeld, that sort of thing. But I usually like to stick with d3, which is what you usually play. The idea is, of course, to prepare the e4 break, to prepare to break over here with e4. And so anyway, he's playing h6. I guess he doesn't want my bishop coming to g5, although I don't think it's that bad if it does, but hey, it's a move. Here I play knight c3 because this setup kind of reminds me of a reverse King's Indian. If white plays e5, then it kind of looks like a classical King's Indian variation, but with the colors flipped around. So in mainline King's Indian, I tend to I like to play knight c3 before I play e4, even though that's a little weird. Here, the idea is I kind of have this novelty where if black plays d4 right now, I'd like to just jump my knight to e4 and kind of tempt him into taking, because the doubled pawns are not actually that bad for me, especially since they're very easy to undouble. You can just push this guy forward, push the e2 pawn forward and undouble over here, since this pawn would be over there. So anyway, bishop d7, yeah, I think is kind of a weird move, but I think the whole idea is just to prep queen c8 and then bishop h3, and maybe he didn't want to go bishop g4 because I could just go h3 right away, harass the bishop a little, and if he goes bishop f5, I could probably go knight h4 right away, even though there could be an argument to going bishop f5 and then bishop h7 or bishop g6 if the knight attacks it, since especially since he played h6, bishop h7 after that. But instead, his whole idea was just to put the queen here and then plant the bishop there, and I can't move this bishop away because then this rook hangs. Oh, oops! Oh, what happened? Oops! We went all the way to the end. Ay. Okay, I'll try to. Is this the same game? Yeah, this is the same game. Okay, good. Still new at this. Where were we in the game? We were here, so I play e4 because that's the whole idea. He goes d4, and now another reason why I play knight c3 is after I've played e4, I can just drop my knight to e2. With this idea of if black's going to castle kingside, the knight is better placed since it can help attack on the king side. Although the engine doesn't seem to like this move, so maybe it is a mistake, I don't know. Like, it seems to really want knight d5 in this situation, but I don't know, it looks a little silly. I don't think I like knight d5 that much, since like black can double the pawns, and yeah, this bishop can defend it, but black's gonna try to trade the bishop over there. It's just not a plan I'm used to, even though there might be some merit to it, given that the engine likes it so much. Anyway, plays e5 like I thought he would, but at some point, I just go a3 because I'm just wondering, okay, what are you going to do, opponent? Are you planning to castle kingside or queenside? Which way are you going to go? The point of a3 is to take away this square from this knight if I'm going to move my queen in at some point, because if the knight comes here, it'll target this pawn on c2, and that can be very annoying, you know, like the knight coming in like there. Although in some King's Indian lines, like King's Indian defense lines, there actually are, there is some theory where sometimes you do actually let the knight come in here and then go in there and then take the rook, and it's like you don't care because they're castled kingside and you're attacking them and their knight is far away from the action and all that. But anyway, he's going queen c8. He's going for this bishop h3 idea. Like, one way to stop the bishop h3 idea, if it does make you uncomfortable, is to just move the rook to e1, and then if he plays bishop to h3, just play bishop h1, because then the bishop can no longer take the rook. But I was like, I don't really care if you trade these bishops. I'm not that scared. Or, like, you don't really have much progress on a kingside attack here, and you haven't even castled yourself yet, so I'm not that scared. I just go for knight h4, plays bishop h3. I just proceed to gain some space. Like, it is a bit crazy the way I'm playing, like, kind of opening up my king, kind of asking for trouble. Although sometimes this actually is the way that you counter a kingside attack in the King's Indian defense, is you just grab some space and you just stop the attack in its tracks. That sort of thing. Like, it can get very interesting that way. And let's see here. I think it might actually be the best move to just take the pawn, honestly. Like, I didn't actually consider that, but that might actually be a really good move for the opponent, since if I take with the knight or this bishop, he has g5, which is annoying. But if he takes, maybe I would just play knight f5 and just chill or something. Like, basically threaten this bishop, and if the bishop takes, he takes. But it doesn't go for that. So he goes bishop d6. Now here, like, one idea if you want to stop a kingside attack is to just play f5 and just kind of lock things down, like just push this pawn over to here. Like, that's one way of dealing with a kingside attack, especially when they're castled queenside. Is to just kind of lock everything down, and if he plays g6 and tries to take over here, you can like take with the knight, and if he plays g5, you just move your knight away, and you try to lock down with these pawns and just try to completely close the pawn structure on the king side. But anyway, there seems to be a typo in Lichess. It's not knight f5, it's knife f5. All Ben Feingold fans know that. It's knife f5. They made a mistake. They should have drawn a picture of a knife. Anyway, he goes back to f8, which, yeah, like this bishop d6 was very, like, it says it's an inaccuracy, but I would consider this to just be a bad move, because it lets me play knight f5 for free. Like, this is a good square for my knight. I want to put it here. And now you're just wasting time. You wasted an entire move. Like, notice that the evaluation, like, it's actually kind of already winning for white, but now it's winning even more, since, you know, black's wasted time. Like, white now has a bigger lead in development, and white is probably going to be like, yeah, let's break open the king, break open the center, and let's attack that king because he's in danger. So we go here, queen e6. It actually says I should play b4. Although I don't understand why this is a blunder. Why the engine hates this move so much. It's kind of interesting. Although b4 is probably a better idea than my c3 idea. Like, my whole c3 idea was just put pressure on this pawn. But if I go b4, I think he'll go g6, and then what do I do? I don't know. I think that's too sharp for me, since with c3 I had this whole idea of taking over here and counterattacking this knight. Like, the problem with this knight is that it doesn't have a lot of good squares to move after he plays g6, but anyway. c3, goes g6, I take over here. It's like, yeah, go ahead and take my knight, I'll just take yours, you know, sort of thing, and I'll be up a pawn and all that stuff. Maybe 2 pawns even. He goes knight takes d3. This is called a desperado, when you have a piece that's going to die, so it kind of just suicide bombs and takes as much material as it can with it. So I go there, g takes f5, and here it says e takes f5 was actually a blunder. I actually was considering this move, bishop to e5. I was thinking about it. It actually does look really, really good. I guess I was worried about pawn takes e4 and I can't take with the queen because the knight's protecting it, but yeah, this is a very nice active square for the bishop right here. This is really strong. So yeah, okay, maybe I wouldn't consider this e takes f5 to be a blunder. I'd probably consider it to just be a mistake, but yeah, like that is a very strong square for the bishop. And yeah, I do agree with the engine that allowing, like, opening up this diagonal is a little bit dangerous. But instead the opponent does this, which I personally think was a bad move, since I think they should have exploited this diagonal a little bit more. And now that the queens come off the board, there's nothing that can hit this diagonal. There's nothing at all. So my king is no longer as unsafe as it was before. And let's see. Doesn't like bishop c7. It actually wants me to play rook f4, which... Wow, this engine is just... no holding back. That is a very strong move. I really missed that. Yeah, I like that move. I gotta look for stuff like that more often. That's a good move. Like after pawn takes, you just play rook takes, and then you're gonna win this pawn for free. And if he moves his knight away, and he can't defend his knight since nothing can come and save it, then I just take this pawn for free. So yeah, I really missed that move. That's a strong move. And here, the idea behind bishop c7 is just, what's it called? I don't want him castling queenside, since that gets his king to safety and gets his rook into play at the same time. And it's like, that's a strong move. I should stop him from doing that. Even though I missed rook h7, which, you know, would have been, you know, a good move here, even though I still have rook f4 and stuff. But should have played rook f4 earlier. Anyway, here I go for knight f4. Notice that the advantage is kind of coming back to me, even after over here it was only at +2. It's now coming back because black missed all these chances to punish me. Goes king d7 because he's like, yeah, okay, I'm not going to be castling, so I might as well just, you know, get my rook into the game some other way. That makes a lot of sense. And, you know, I go all gung-ho with my knight. So I'm like, yeah, this is a really nice square for the knight. Let's get to it. Let's attack, even though the engine seems to like knights to here better, which is interesting. I probably would still play knight e6 in another game. Anyway, knight g5, a move I didn't consider, which is actually a very, very good idea, you know, by his part, because if I take, then he takes with the h pawn, and then this bishop is trapped. This bishop is stuck. So that's why I take this piece with check, take the bishop with check, things like that, and now I just free my bishop. I just get it out of here. And I didn't really lose this pawn because after I attack it, there's nothing that can really defend it. This knight can't come here, and he can't go there, and the rooks can defend it. So, you know, I still have a comfortable advantage here just because my pieces are a lot more active. Goes there, I come here. Like, they're really getting active. And then I just bring this rook to here, since I don't care too much about this rook having this file, because this important square is covered by the bishop. That's, you know, very important thing to pay attention to, is the 7th rank is the rook's favorite spot to go. Anyway, rook d3. We go check. King goes to there. I kind of saw this idea. I was actually thinking he would go to a5 instead. Just because, what's it called? Then I wouldn't have rook a4 check. I would instead have to attack this pawn from the back, and then maybe he pushes a6, or maybe he defends with the rook or something. I don't know. Oh, and then I would have to think about stuff from there. But you know, I would really like my rook's positions anyway. Like the rook on the 7th, it would just, you know, be very aggressive. It could probably come back to here, hit these pawns or something, and like coming here first and worsening the position of this rook is great, or worsening the position of the pawn is also good. And then after that, just move the rook back, and then you're hitting this pawn and hitting that pawn, you know. So anyway, I just go here, he goes there. It's like, okay, I'll take the pawn. He goes here, and this is definitely a blunder because it hung mate in 2, and I didn't even notice. I was instead just so fixated on winning this rook that I didn't even notice that I got checkmate. I'm so silly. Like, the thought didn't even come to my mind. It's like, ooh, shiny. But anyway, I think I'm gonna play another game now. I think I'll play another 2 games, and then maybe talk about some opening theory, and maybe do some puzzles or something. And then maybe after that, play some slow games where I can just, where it'll be friendly games, and I'll just, I'll be paying attention to the chats and just, you know, be super chill or whatever. Anyway, I think I'll turn the classical music back on. Let's play, where's In the Hall of the Mountain King? That's a fun one. I think this is it. Yeah, it is, okay. So as usual, when I'm playing rated rapid games, I will not pay attention to the chat. But when I play casual slow games, I will. So, let's get to the next game. Let's play a King's Indian. Mainline theory so far. Let's see. I think I go here. Oh, he's playing the kingside bishop variation. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, kingside fiend shadow variation, I should say. Actually, play a kind of a different strategy against that than the kingside activity stuff. I think you still go here. The difference is here, I'm almost surely just gonna play knight d7 instead of knight c6. My neg is instead gonna like this square. It's gonna, you know, want this square instead of, you know, this whole idea of coming to here and then going to there and then participating on the king side. Hopefully I can remember my theory here. Alright, I think here, push. I'll go for something a little different then. I'll play this. Usually they don't put the pawn here. But I'll try to lock them up. Try to lock up this bishop, make it seem very silly. The whole idea of c6 is to prepare d5. Then maybe I'll play knight b6, maybe come to c4. Usually I go for a6, rook b8, b5, and maybe take on d4, like that's called the Gallagher. Although I still haven't learned all the theory of the Gallagher, like the way I'm thinking of doing it is kind of the old way. This knight does not have a lot of good squares to go to. I should just kick it away from here, push it there. I think I'll put this guy here. Maybe I'll plant this bishop on g4 and maybe, you know, do some nasty stuff. Let's see. Yeah, bishop g4 is pretty annoying here. Since you can't play f3, since after pawn takes, bishop takes, I play bishop takes knight. So he's going like that. Let's see now, what do I want to do? I think I want to keep my queen on the defense of this pawn. Also, I can defend this square too. Yeah, putting the queen on a light square seems like a good idea. I'd also defend this square. Ooh, that knight does not have many good squares to go to. So, what do I want to do here? Do I want to just kick the knight? Is targeting that? Yeah, let's just kick the knight. Alright. This one here, or this one? I'll bring this guy. And let's see. Pawn's under attack. Question is, do I care? Bishop takes, knight takes, rook here. Looks very nice. I can bring the other rook in. Usually you don't want to trade away your light squared bishop, but it might make sense to here. Okay, let's do that. Just go like that. Might be too aggressive here, I don't know, but going like that. Go play this. Probably bring this rook to here, this bishop to here, get the queen. Since this bishop is very silly right now, playing like that. Is that a mistake? Did you make a mistake just now? Looking at queen c6, defend the knight, hit this knight. I don't know. You could also just trade. Trade, and then maybe play queen here, and just put the queen right there. Threaten this pawn, threaten that pawn. That does look really good. Although if I do that, his bishop can come to here. Here, like as sort of a counter to that idea. Then maybe I'll bring the knights to here. I'm gonna go for queen c6. Then maybe bring this knight to defend this knight. Like if he does like rook c1 or something, which is an idea. Bring this knight to bring that. Basically just try to get all of my pieces participating in the game. That's kind of my thought process. Alright, he's doing that. So I think I'll do this. Now, gotta try to not choke or anything like that. Knight c3 looks playable here. Queen takes, the knight must move. So knight c3 first. Looks good. Yeah, knight c3 looks like a very good move for the opponent here. Push it to there. Questionable. But it does make a little bit of sense, so. We'll go for this here. I think I'll just try to bring my rooks into the game. Even though I am sacking the exchange, actually, by doing that. Yeah, I kind of made a mistake here. He has bishop takes, and after knight takes, he has bishop takes rook. So I made a bit of a boo-boo. So he should probably play bishop takes this night. Okay, he should probably do this. Because this guy is going to hit that if I take back with the knight, which is my best move. I don't have enough firepower on the c1 square in order to do much. He sees it. Okay. Let's just defend that. Although I don't think he should trade rooks here. I think that would be a mistake. Since that leads to me forking the rook and knight and potentially getting very nasty. Alright, let's try getting my bishop into the game. Queen's going there. Very sensible move. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm just a lot worse here. Although, that's an idea. Yeah, let's play crazy. Let's just do it. Let's see now. Now I've got two pieces. Under attack. Now let's take. Let's Let's just create chaos. I think that's the best plan here. Just try to confuse the opponent with nonsense. Since I do have a time advantage here, and generally when they're low on time, more likely to make mistakes. Alright, he's going like that. I think I can just play King G7, that's probably a good move. Just let my bishop come to there and participate. Queen's defending the knight. Might play Rook C8. No, he goes for Rook C7 instead. Let's see. Ooh, I think I see something. Let's go like that. Let's see now. Where do I want this knight? Probably here. Just keep it near the king. Maybe come here and attack the F2 square. Once the queen takes that. I'm also threatening bishop to here, hitting this. The reason why I didn't play this before is he has queen takes knight, which would counterattack, and also threaten this. Really thinking here. Like, this is what you want to do when you're losing. You want to just confuse your opponents and have them burn all their time. Goes like that. So, what's his idea? He wants to trade queens. I should just move my queen. Or play knight g4, but I think moving queen is probably correct. Do I have anything better? Bishop takes, check. I'll just take. He goes for that. It's fine with me. Alright. Going for rook takes over here. Do I want to go crazy? Maybe I do bishop takes here first. Yeah, just stop that. And then play here. Because I was a bit worried about the rook taking here and doing nasty things, so it's like, yeah, let's just go for the simpler attack. So this sadly doesn't help defend because I can just invade. I'll just take all your pawns. Yum 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 yum. And let's bring this guy in. And let's see, he's going for that. I think I'd just come back and defend. Since now I might actually be winning. This is a shocking thing. Okay, so after that, I'll just go here. Goes like that. You can take here. And number of ideas. Let's see, I think I'll just take his pawns. I can take my pawn, that's fine. We give a check. But I don't like the queen coming there, so I'll just do this. He's got pawns, the problem is his king is in the way. Ooh, is this mate? Not quite, no. Very close. So close. Alright, let's spend a little bit of time. Check. Whew. Okay, check. There, check. Yeah, let's just do it. You might not see it. Also, he has 10 seconds. Why did I spend so much time on that? Alright, he does see it, okay. As I should expect him to. So, let's do that. Let's just make a move. Do something reasonable. And let's see. Oh, have I messed this up? I probably have. You have 1 second. Well, that was close. I probably shouldn't have sacked my queen there, but anyway. But yeah. Yeah, I was losing. I think there was a period where I actually did manage to get back an advantage and all that, but you know, I was in time trouble too, so that's how these games can often end. Like, you get a very interesting game, very interesting position on board, and then it just comes down to who burned the most time and stuff. Which is kind of one thing I don't like about Blitz and faster time controls. It's just time management becomes so much more important, and often you end up being incentivized to just make a bunch of really bad moves and stuff. But anyway, let's just go over this game too. See if there's anyone in the chat. No one knew, that's okay. Alright, let's just go over this game and do an analysis. Oh yeah, White was super winning at the end there. Although Black was actually winning for a while. That's interesting. So, longer period than I thought. I think the Queen and Knight were actually better coordinated than the Queen and Rook for a while. Yeah, I think the point where I just sacked my queen, that was probably the... yeah, thing. Anyway. So the opening is kind of like the opening from the previous game, but played from the black side. So one nice thing about this opening is you can reuse some of the opening theory. Although there is a fair amount of deviation in the middle game and stuff. Like here, yeah, the engine's like, what are you doing? You should play e4. Or White, but he didn't. So he just let me play e4. And basically, using this pawn chain, just shut out this bishop. Just make this bishop look really silly. And grab some space and all that stuff. Like, my bishop is silly too, but I at least have more space in the process. His knight also ends up looking very silly. Knight d2, h6, knight h3, knight b6. Just adding defense to this pawn, since, you know, it's going to be a target, like white is going to want to kill this pawn somehow, since it can't be defended by pawns, so it's a little bit weak in that regard, but it's also hard for him to get at, like his light squared bishop can't really get at it very easily. b3, bishop g4, queen c1, queen d7. I was actually considering doing the bishop h3 idea from the previous game, but I kind of felt it would be kind of wrong since I think my bishop is much better than his. And also, I'm not really doing a kingside attack anyway, so. Yeah, notice that in this position, because of the cramping nature of, you know, black's structure, like, the engine is actually saying black is almost a full piece up in terms of who's better and stuff. Of, like, black just has a lot more space and is able to maneuver their pieces a lot easier. Queen a3, and let's see here. Yeah, okay, the engine really doesn't like my bishop takes e2 idea. Yeah, like, it considers this to be a blunder, and the reason why is because I kind of lost all my advantage. Like, this bishop's pretty good and stuff, so yeah, the bishop takes e2 idea was a little dubious. Maybe I might not have played it in a slow game, I don't know. Like, now it's just saying the position's equal. The rook c2 idea was interesting, but, you know, when you look further into it, you find that it doesn't actually fully work. Like, you want to provide support to this rook and somehow get stuff onto the seventh rank. Bishop a5, kind of interesting. Queen c6 looks wrong. And then we have that. And then king f1, yeah, I do agree with being very, very silly. I don't think there was any need to do this with the king. I think it's better to just move the knight somewhere. In fact, I think in this position, knight c3 is a very strong move for white. Although the engine likes queen d6. Like, the reason why knight c3 is strong is because it forces this rook to trade for this rook, and then you take back, and now white has the open file. Like, that's kind of my line of thought over there. Or, like, just move the knight here and stuff. But though the engine likes queen d6 since it targets, you know, this weak knight over here, which, yeah, makes sense. But I think knight c3 is kind of the more, probably the simpler move, simpler idea. Anyway, king f1 is very silly. Bishop f8, I don't think is a bad idea. Like, it's like, I can just play queen h3, check the next move. Why doesn't the engine like this? I don't know. Queen a5, check. There. Really doesn't like me trading the rooks, which makes sense. Come here with my knight. Queen d8, I agree with being very silly. Like, it doesn't really get at anything. I think it made a lot more sense to just go rook c7 as the engine's saying, yeah. I just add pressure onto the 7th rank. Since, like, the only reason why queen d8 might be good is if they're going to put pressure on the 8th rank, but the knight can protect the bishop, no problem, and all that stuff. But I was going for a more aggressive style anyway. And now it says things are equal, which is kind of interesting. Probably because my pieces are getting very active. Like, this knight is very silly, whereas this bishop, this knight, and this queen are all great. This rook and queen are good. Problem is just that it's kind of like this knight kind of doesn't exist, sort of. Goes there, I just take the pawn. Says he should play queen f5, maybe to improve this knight somehow if he unpins, stuff like that. But he instead does that. I take because I was worried about the rook taking here. I was worried about that being very nasty. And here it's saying that, like, after queen takes b7, it's just saying black's a lot better, which is interesting. Like, just because you might be down in an exchange, it doesn't necessarily mean you're worse. Like, piece activity is more important than material, and this game is a nice example of that. And rook c2 doesn't really work because I can just force the king to get in the way of the rook, and then just take, and then just take, and then just take, and And this looks horrible. And apparently knight e3 was a terrible move. Apparently I should have just played more defensively and gone knight e5. Yeah, I agree with that. Knight e3 did not accomplish anything in the game. It was just very silly. Whereas knight e5 would at least stop the rook from coming to c6. It would defend f7. It would just be a very nice centralized location for the knight where it would be doing a lot. Like, I'm still winning, but... And this whole chase was kind of dumb. Like, d4, I agree with being a big blunder. Like, I should have just played knight d4 check and not cared about hit the king taking the pawn on and all that. So I agree with the engine's assessment about that. And queen b6 is dumb. Why did I do this? You know, like, he actually has mate here stuff. He doesn't see it though, since he has like no time. He's got like a second left on the clock. But anyway, so this is what you would call a dirty flag, since he's completely winning here, but ran out of time. And yeah, that was this game. I think I'll play one more rapid game, one more rated rapid game, and then I think I'll do some puzzles and some stuff, or maybe talk a bit about some opening theory and then do puzzles. So anyway, let's, do I have any Mozart on here? I think I've got some Mozart. Yeah, I do. I've got Magic Flute Overture and The Marriage of Figaro. Which one do I want? Might have already heard some Mozart this stream. Well, I'm going to play another rated game, and as before, I'm not going to pay attention to the chat during the game, but afterwards I will. The reason why is, since this is a rated game, I don't want any possible cheating to occur with maybe someone in the chat posts a really good move and I was like, oh, that's a really good move, I'll use that to win the game, you know. So anyway. Here we go. Yeah, we did hear this before. Oh wait, no, that's not the Magic Flute. 1 second. Well, I still like this one, so I'll just let go. Let's play a Scandi. And then here, I usually like to go here. And transpose into a French. Here, I think knight b6 is fairly common. Could also probably go f6. Although, no, that leads to e6, which is just devastating. So I'll just go here. And let's go here. Might be more proper to go e6 than c5 and all that stuff, actually. Let's see. You'll go g6. And h5. Got a nice square for my bishop. Do I want to castle queenside this game? I might. Do I want to trade my bishop, double his pawns, and castle queenside and laugh at him? I might. Let's do that. Since he ain't castling kingside this game, so I don't have to worry about opposite side castling. Let's just develop the annoying, hit this pawn, which is hard to defend. Like, how does he defend this? I don't know. My king's pretty safe right now, pretty chill. Not only is this a free pawn, but it'll make this guy into a pass pawn. Alright, no castling for you. And I'm fine with trading my bishop. It's fine with me. Ooh, do I wanna force him to trade his bishop away? Or do I wanna double down? think I'll just move this guy back. I'll just chill for now. And, oh, yeah, he saw that threat, so I see. I think I will go for this. And let's see. I'll play this here. This castle. Does that even sound? I don't think so, no. I'll take it. Run here. Maybe play c6, king c7. Let's see. Just huddle together, defend everything. What do I want to do here? This knight, of course, looks really silly over here, but... let's see now. King c7 or king d7? That's a good question. I think king d7. Let's see now. I think I can just take. Can't move this bishop. Alright, let's see if his attack works. We play this knight to c8, then to d6. If he goes e6 check. Not sure if the sacrifice was sound, but it's an interesting game. Hopefully I don't mess up. He also has rook d6 check, which is very interesting. Yeah, I missed that idea. Alright, here, I think I'll go for this. He's got to watch out for rook to g8, since that would force everything to get traded off. Oh, actually, no, I can't play it, since the knight's here. Never mind. I do like that my king now can kind of escape over here, although I'll ideally play b5 first before he does that. He can also escape to here, too. Although it's a little dicey with this diagonal probably getting blown open. So he's doing that. that idea doesn't quite work though, because this rook will hang. Do I just drop my king back? Now threaten to trade. Let's see. Go rook here. I don't want to move my rook though, since I don't want this rook getting in. I think b5 is probably a good move. Just try to get this knight into the game. Or at least give it a square it can go to. Let's do that. Yeah, queen takes g6 is the entire reason why, what's it called? Queen taking there doesn't work. Anyway, queen to there. What do I want to do here? Bishop takes... Oh, is that a free rook? No, it's not. Maybe knight here. No. Okay. This is an interesting idea, interesting position. Maybe just bishop takes. After pawn takes, queen here. I think bishop takes probably is the best move. Even though it does make this pawn very strong. Can't go queen f7. No, bishop takes is not good. It's not good, my mistake. He has a pin, he has a combination. So I think queen here is good. And now here. What to do? Over here. That's there. Now, what do I want to do here? I have to deal with a nasty idea, a nasty little combo. I could just go back. Let's just go back. Essentially offer a draw. Let's see. Oh, I think I messed up. Yeah, I did. I did. I forgot about that tactic. Very nicely played by the opponent. Go back here. Now he goes there. And yeah. Very well played by the opponent. Okay. Well, before resigning, let's see if I have any options. Ugh. No, this looks very unpleasant. I do not like this position. I'll just resign. Yeah, I'll just resign. I'll just say, right. Oh, they want a rematch. Well, sure. Sure. Let's play the opening from before. Oh, we're gonna play copycat variation? Yep. Okay. Gonna copy this too? Indeed you are. Okay. This is funny. Alright. Alright. What is H5? That's a weird move. Let's play F3 then F4, just to be annoying. Basically say, hey, you wasted time with this bishop move. You gotta move it somewhere else. Now F4. And go ahead and take if you want. If you don't take, if you just move the bishop away, then I play F5. Maybe I should have played C3 earlier, just to take away these squares and lock down that diagonal a little. Now here, the question is it better to take with bishop or take with pawn? I think pawn's a little dangerous, so I'll take with bishop. If he plays knight here, queen can go to D2. Maybe do that idea. Okay, let's do this. In general, it's actually kind of bad for the opponent to trade away their light squared bishop, since it means mine might become very strong. That's a common thing in King's Indian openings. And let's see. Something like that. Then we play rook e1, d4, e5. Just try to grab some space and all that stuff. The pawn on h5 is very weird. If he runs away, let's just go there. Since kind of all the play is on the king side, nothing's going on over here, so might as well just tap with everybody. I think I might have missed a tactic earlier where... Oh, no I didn't. But if his bishop was on g7, then a funny idea, if this bishop wasn't on h6, is rook takes, knight... Although actually no, he could just take back with the bishop and stuff. But anyway. I think I want to move my bishop to a better square or something. Put it on f4. Let's see, this pawn being pinned I don't really like, so I think I'll just threaten shenanigans with this bishop. Maybe go for d5 followed by bishop d4. And let's see. Gotta think, what's the best plan here? Could harass the knight. Could play d5, takes, and then bishop d4. d5, he does have c5, but that might be bad for him, so... Gotta think. What's the right way to proceed? Still got some time. go e5. E5 might be the better play. Takes, have this isolated pawn. Maybe play bishop f4 or something, though he's already blockading it, so I don't really like that very much. We got this knight back into the game. Yeah, maybe plant this knight on d4 or on g5. Alright. Let's see what he does. I don't think an isolated e-pawn is a good idea in this situation. Knight going to there, that's not a move I considered. It's an interesting one though. But I might just lose. Let's try to think about this. Well, idea is everything is going there. I think I'll take. And then I think I will. This pawn structure looks a little silly. Do I now go for the isolated pawn? That is the question. I think I will. Maybe play queen g5 to defend some stuff. This pawn might be poisoned. Might be fun. Will he accept this pawn, this seemingly free pawn? Well, actually, no, he won't, because then I just play pawn takes b7 as sort of a counterattack. Oh, he's going for it. Okay. Well, let's do that. And now, let's think this through. F4, maybe. G5, then knight f5. It's an idea. Queen f2 is an idea. Doesn't have enough attackers. Yeah, I think I want to trade queens here. Improve the position of my rook. Also target this pawn. Let's see now. He's going for that. I think I just do this, and my bishop will not be pinned after he trades queens. So that might have been a tactical oversight on my opponent's part. Yeah, I think knight takes pawn is a mistake. Like, I think he was thinking he has queen takes f2, check, rook takes, but then I have bishop takes rook if he does that afterwards, so... This might be game right now. Just because I will have an extra piece. He will not. Also, this pawn on b7 will get very, very annoying because the bishop will be... Yeah, this bishop will... Like, he will really want to take it, but he can't. Alright, let's... Rook here looks fun. I think I will do rook here. Looks like it hangs g5, but this threat is scary. Rook takes f7, just nasty stuff. And then here. What do I want to do? Do I want to just let go of this pawn? Or do I want to do some other stuff? Let's see. Maybe I'll just move this rook to here. Yeah, just do something like that. Since if this knight moves, I lose this nice pawn, and I like this nice pawn. Oh, now the knight can move with tempo. Awesome. Okay. Although, if it moves there, he has rook f5. Think. I have queen to here. Which is an idea. Very, very tricky. This bishop is actually fairly strong now. I could play b4, but it makes the bishop even stronger, so I'm a little worried about that. I think I might just try to trade rooks. Yeah, just when in doubt, trade. Since this rook's quite nice, this rook is a little silly, might as well trade them. He does not want to trade. Very understandable. And let's see. I think I will just get my king out of this pen. do not know the theory of this opening at all, like what you're trying to do in the middle game and stuff. But even if they did, h5 just looks very silly. It's like, where's this pawn going? Like, what's the idea? Is the idea to support the g4 square? Like, if it, you can't really go to h4 without help from the rook. So that's kind of weird. But I go knight h4 because I want to play f4. I'm kind of crazy. Like, rawr, let's attack the king side, rawr. Goes bishop g4, which was dubious for the reason I stated in the game, because I can just play f3, forcing his bishop to move, and then play f4. Or so, even though the engine prefers h3, he is like, I prefer just harassing the bishop a little. Now it goes back to g4, wasting some more time. Now I go h3. Maybe I should have gone f5, since f5 is a strong move. Although it does lead to g5, although I can just take for free with my bishop, so I don't know. Anyway, takes, I take, takes, I take. Got some very nice active pieces here, whereas his pieces, like his bishop is very strong, like probably should have played c3 earlier. He goes knight d4, which I think is a reasonable move. The problem is that this knight is kind of leading an attack with no real backup and stuff. So I just go queen d2, since I'm thinking of just putting the bishop on here at some point. So even though he forced me to move my queen, I kind of just moved it to a better square anyway. So those kinds of moves with tempo, they're not as strong if you're making your opponent do a move they want to do anyway. So goes rook e8, which I think is reasonable. It stops the bishop h6 idea, since he just goes bishop h8. Go c3. This move has multiple purposes. One is to just kick the knight away. Another is to just weaken the diagonal of this bishop, since it can get very strong. So I go bishop h6, he goes bishop h8. And it wants me to play rook f3, that's interesting. But I think this principled move of just developing my last piece, I think that just makes a lot of sense, especially in a rapid game. Like maybe in a slow game I would have seen ideas with rook f3 and then doubling up and hitting on this f-file. Like actually I should probably try to work and see those ideas in rapid games too, since that actually is a very good idea, this whole doubling up and targeting the weaknesses on this file. So yeah, okay, I actually agree with the engine now. Rook f3 or maybe even just rook f2 is probably a much better move. So we go c6, I go d4, just grabbing some space in the center. He goes queen b6. The idea being that after bishop g5, you know, his queen won't be tied down, so I actually think queen b6 is a reasonable move, even though the engine disagrees with it. Like bishop h3, I was kind of thinking that my bishop's not really doing anything over on this diagonal anymore, so might as well just bring it back. c7. And then it doesn't like d5, which is interesting. Like I was kind of wondering what the best idea is. Maybe bishop f4, e5 is better. I think that's what the engine is saying. Just bishop f4, e5, and all that. Just support the bishop over there. It's just I didn't really want to give my opponent this trade of the knight for my bishop, since that means that its bishop, the opponent's bishop, goes kind of uncontested. Like, so that can be pretty scary. But anyway, I go d5. Opponent goes knight c5, which was not a move I considered, and, you know, it looks like rightfully so, because the engine really hates this move. So I just go bishop takes c5, d takes d5, and it looks like d6 is just crushing. Like, I was thinking about d6 here, but I went with d takes d6, since I saw some ideas here, but yeah, it looks like d6, according to the engine, is just crushing, because you just get this really nasty passed pawn, and then the e-pawn helps support it. I was just worried that the e-pawn would become a target for like this bishop and this rook and all that stuff. And I was worried that, you know, the pawns would fall, but, you know, in a slow game I probably would have played d6. It just looks like a much better move. Anyway, go d takes c6, and then here, like, I was thinking he would just play queen takes c6, which would, well, actually no, he wouldn't play queen takes c6 because then I have e5, so he kind of has to play b takes c6. Yeah, that was the idea. Then he ends up with doubled isolated pawns, and then one isolated pawn over here. His pawn structure is just a mess. That was kind of the idea behind this, since if he does queen takes c6, then I just push e5, hitting both the queen and the knight. That was kind of part of the tactic here. But he played queen takes g3, which was a move that I actually did consider, and I was like, that move is just bad. So I just play c takes b7, being like, yeah, you're hitting my knight, but I'm hitting your rook. And, you know, rooks are generally better than knights. Generally, but not always. There are situations like that one game from earlier where my knight actually ended up becoming a complete monster and how it was working with my queen and stuff. So goes rook a b8. And here it's saying I should just play e5, which... yeah, it would force the knight to h7, so e5 does look good. Red Baron, 1,000. Okay. Yeah, I might play you after this analysis. Do you have an account on Lichess? And let's see. So I go queen f2. Do you have an account on chess.com? I do have an account there as well. I like Lichess. I like it. Like, the ratings are a bit inflated. Like, on chess.com, I think I'm only like 2,000 rapid, although I haven't played on chess.com as long. But one thing I do like about Lichess is just infinite computer analysis. So on chess.com, got an account there. It should be logged in. Okay. So this is my Blitz rating. I'm not as good at Blitz. I'm about 1900 Blitz or high 1800. Where's my profile over here? Whereas on Rapid, I am about 2000. So yeah. Like, I generally, like, my overall goal in chess right now is to improve my slow chess, since like, if you're going to become a titled player, you need to be really good at slow chess and stuff, since that's what you're kind of tested on. But also, if you get better at slow chess, then you actually get better at speed chess, but not vice versa. And oh, something happened. What is this? It's like, what's it called? With Blitz chess, you only really improve... oh, I see your challenge, so we can play. Alright, looks like I have the white pieces, so I think I'll play my weird opening. Do you want me to play e4 or knight f3? Actually, wait. I could play b4 as well. I've been kind of learning that. And if you don't answer by the time the game will auto-abort, I'll just pick one of them. Okay, I'll play e4, since you might not be used to knight f3. He has the first move. Ooh, Petrov's defense. Are you going for a Stafford? Like Eric Rosen's channel. I think I'll take... I think I will accept your Stafford. Alright, let's see now. What is the best move here? I don't even remember the theory, so I might just get crushed, but hey, that might be fun. Alright, best move here. Let's go... I think I'll play d4. I'll just get weird. Alright. And I'll do this. Good move, good move. Alright. Let's see, what do I want to do here? What's on with this? I should have gone queen f3 instead. Threatening knight takes. Though I could do some interesting stuff. Let's try this. Very principled move, just developing. Alright, let's think. Would I be walking into anything if I castle queenside? Let's just do some of that. And let's see. Let's get our last piece into the game. Oh, Ben Feingold will be so angry at you for playing that. But it's reasonable here. Anyway, let's go do that. Could have also pinned the queen to the king, but nah, let's do that. I could have also put the rook here and gone for that, but this is actually kind of dangerous for black, just because can't castle and got these open lines, so. Oh, you're not going to stop this move I told you about? Oh. Let's see. Oh, sure, it's A11. I can play you 1v1. Although it looks like Baron J wants a rematch, so I'll give him a rematch first. And let's see. Then I'll play. Alright. So, have you ever seen this opening? This is one of my favorites. Let's see. Here I just do this. And here. Let's see. I think I do that. Then after that, the best move I think is this. Let's see. Ooh, tactics. I see some tactics. Let's see now. I think I'll go here. Actually, could have won the knight back immediately by going to d2. This position's actually still playable for white. Like, the king is a little exposed, but queens are off the board and stuff. Let's see. So, It's A11. Is Straight Chap 9 number you? Is that one you? Or is that someone else? Okay, you are Straight Chap. Looks like the challenge went away. Just send it again, and I will accept it. So you asked how long I've been playing chess for. I played it a lot when I was a teenager and stuff. So from about age 8 to about age 16, I would say, and I stopped. So about 8 years. Like I stopped because what's it called? Wanted to focus more on university and career and stuff. But then I got a good job, got a okay house, and then I got very bored. So it's like, let's get back into chess. So I'm not actually too familiar with the Caro-Kann, so I'm just gonna play a line that might be a little bit dubious for white, but it's similar to another opening I play in other situations. And here, is it better to take with pawn or knight? I'll take with pawn. Since against the French, you usually take with the pawn here. Okay. Let's see, what do I want to do here? Very good question. This bishop's annoying. I can't play f4, so let's attack it. Grab some space. Double my pawns on purpose. Hooray! Doubled isolated pawns. Best pawns ever. Okay. Now what to do here. Now I've got to prove that these double pawns are actually good. I don't actually know if they are. Let's see. Do I want more double pawns? That's a good question. I'm going to say no. Let's do this. I wonder if he sees it. Good that you're spending time on the capture A takes B4, because there's a reason why it doesn't work. It's because after A takes, my pawn attacks the queen and the rook attacks the rook, and there's no way to save both. Even if you do rook takes rook, I just do pawn takes queen. So, anyway, what do I want to do here? Probably grab more space. Maybe bring the queen to b2 or something. That way we defend a1 a bit more, so there's no queen for 2 rook trade shenanigans and stuff. My knight probably wants to jump here, and then if pawn goes, we jump there, and then maybe jump there. Maybe I should have played e5 first, actually, even though that does give up this square, so maybe not. Maybe not. no, my double pawns. My beauties, they're not doubled anymore. No. Question is, do I actually no? The queen stays on the rook, so this is probably right. Yeah. Just worried about queen for 2 rooks trades over there, since very often 2 rooks are better than a queen, although it depends a lot on the position. Let's see now. I think I want to just make a weakness over here. Maybe get this rook off the file. And go here. Let's see. Rook to there. Any discovered attacks with this bishop? Doesn't look like it. I think I'm okay with just taking that. And if the bishop moves, just put my queen on f6 or something and get really nasty. Maybe the bishop moves here to help defend f7. I don't know, although queen f6 still targets h6, and if the bishop's there, then my bishop can come here if the king goes to h7, so lots of interesting stuff to consider. Oh, it does that anyway. So let's try this. Maybe there's a way out. But I personally find this position a little unpleasant for black. Just nasty pawn here, covering that square. Queen probably wants to come to h8. And there's no nice way to stop it. Oh, that way actually does work. Although no, that just hangs the bishop. Do I take it, or do I be nice? I'm not going to be nice. This will be a nice discovered checkmate. It's double checkmate. Let's see. So yeah, let me know if you want a rematch. Like in terms of the opening, I don't know if I played the opening all that well and stuff, but actually, I think I'm going to talk about that opening next, like the sort of variation that I played in this game, because you might find it really interesting, this sort of setup I did with the knight, the bishop, and the like castle king like this, and the whole d3, e4, and knight d2. It's actually a very, very beginner-friendly opening, since not a lot of theory. Like, the theory is mostly in the middle game, and, well, that's kind of what you want. With, you know, like, if you're new to the game, or even if you're kind of experienced, then, oh yes, good game. I really enjoyed this game. Even stuff. So, I think I will talk about this setup now, since the setup, it's very, very much worth considering adding to your opening repertoire. Like if you're having trouble against the French defense or the Sicilian and you don't like the theory, or maybe you just want an alternative to sometimes throw at the opponent to confuse them, like this sort of setup can actually be, it can be very good. So I think I'm going to move to a segment of this stream I'm going to call Games to Memorize and stuff. Although I'm going to want, let's see, I think I'll go to this one and then just delete these games, since I kind of use this study on Lichess just for temporary stuff, or just for when I'm like exporting a game from chess.com to be analyzed over here. In fact, we could do that right now if you want. But I think I'll talk a little bit about that opening I played. Now, I'm not too familiar with how to do it against the Caro-Kann. Like, I think the first few moves that I played are correct, but the middle game I probably did some stuff incorrect. I don't know. But basically, what I'm going to show now is it's going to be a game in the French defense that, like, one way to learn opening theory is to memorize certain games and to remember the ideas behind the game that you're memorizing. Like, kind of practice playing through this game and, what's it called? Kind of commentating over the ideas and what each side is trying to do and stuff. So I'm going to show how to play this opening against the French defense. So this is a game, I believe, between two players named Tiger Hilarp Persson and Peter Vass. I got this game from, from a book called The King's Indian Attack Move by Move, which is written by the British Grandmaster Neil MacDonald. So this game between Persson and Vass starts off, like a typical French defense, except white has played d3 instead of d4. And the idea is white is going to support this e4 pawn and not push it like in the advanced French, and not trade like in the exchange French. And so here, white plays knight d2, and the idea is if black takes the pawn, white can take back with either the knight or the pawn, and then black can't trade queens, because this is an opening for aggressive players, for tactical players and all that. So that's why you play this knight move to d2 early. Like in other against other openings, you might play knight f3 earlier and g3 earlier and all that stuff. So I should move this down to a variation. So anyway, here black goes knight f6, and I think I will promote this variation and do that. And even though black has added an extra attacker to this pawn, if black takes, you can just take back with the pawn. You don't take back with the knight if black has their knight here, because then they will take, and you take, and then they trade the queens, and then they'll have a very even game. Even stuff. And if you're an aggressive player, you usually want queens on the board because it helps with attack. So here, there's actually a very critical move order for white. It's critical that white plays g3 before playing knight f3. The reason why is if white plays knight f3 and black plays bishop c5 and then white plays g3, then black can go knight g4, and this is very annoying. This is very annoying for white because black is targeting this square over here, and it's very hard to defend this pawn. Like, your pieces are kind of getting in your own way. So that's why it's critical that you go g3 first against the French. So very often French players, they'll play c5. I've just grabbed some space, very reasonable move. Since you played g3, you generally go bishop g2 right after g3. That's just a very common thing with Fianchettoing. Or is it pronounced Fianchettoing? I don't know. And there are some lines where black does take over here and stuff, or black plays e5. Like black basically says, you know what, I'm going to give up on my French structure. I'm just going to try to grab some space with e5, so that way white can't play e5. But in this game, that's not what happened, and those are other variations. This is just a fairly common one you might see. So here I think black played knight c6, just a reasonable move. We've noticed that there have been, games between people like Garry Kasparov where this has happened. Like Kasparov and Kramnik and all that, so that's pretty cool. And here, you can just move your knight, and now you're just going to castle. Like black usually just develops their bishop like that, although bishop d6 is an alternative. Although in the game I'm looking at, like, trying to memorize, black played bishop to e7. Here white castled, and black has a number of possible moves here. Black can go b6 if they want to delay castling and leave open the possibility of castling queenside. That's one possible idea. Another possible idea, which did happen in the game, is for black to just castle, which is reasonable. Now I might mess up some of the move order stuff here, but I think in the game white went rook e1, but in another game in white, like that I've memorized, white does push e5 immediately just so that black can't do the capture anymore and stuff. But I'm just going to follow this game. White plays rook e1. The idea is white wants to support the e5 push, because very often when you're going to do a kingside attack, having a pawn on e5 is very helpful because it kicks away the knight on f6. Like a knight on f6 is a very strong defender, very, very valuable in defending your kingside. So in this game, white played queen c7, which is a little bit dubious, although apparently Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri had a game like this, with Giri having the white pieces and winning. So that's pretty cool. So even though this opening is a little bit different than from what you might be used to, strong players, top level players like Svidler and Kramnik and Nakamura and Giri and Kasparov and all that, like they've played this or they've studied it. Oh, hello, Mary. Long time no see. I'm streaming chess now, so hopefully you enjoy. So anyway, after black played queen c7, I think white played queen e2 just to add further support to this e5 push. And then here, I'm trying to remember what black did next. Either a5 or b5, I think. Oh, I'm doing great, Mary. Thanks for asking. And let's see. So here, I think the next thing black did was just go for a queenside attack, like expand on the queenside. And then here, I think white played e5 right now. Black goes there. White's got 3 defenders on this pawn. And then I think white went knight f1. Might be remembering some of the move order a little wrong. And at a5, it's not listing the game among these, but eventually it will, since I think it does it based off of position as opposed to move order. So knight f1, a5, black's continuing with the queenside side attack. The idea behind knight f1 is where we might, I think here white plays h4. The idea is to free up this diagonal for the bishop, but also white might go knight to h2 and then to g4 to participate in this kingside attack that white wants to do. And so white went h4. I think black went bishop a6, just developing their bishop. Very reasonable move. I think white played bishop f4, which makes sense. Overprotect this pawn, and h4 is nice since black can't play g5, kicking the bishop away and all that stuff, since we got this nice pawn here. I think black played rook e8 at some point. Ah, there's the game. Yeah, Person versus Vest. That's the game I'm trying to memorize here, trying to remember. I think the move order isn't so important. I think it's more just the ideas, but I don't really get the idea behind rook e8. It was played at some point in the game, probably not at this point, probably earlier, but it just seems a little bit dubious to me. I think that was one mistake that Peter Vass made in the game, since I think the rook is much happier on like b8 or c8, where it can support the queenside attack. And then in this position, Like, remember I said that white usually goes for the knight h2, knight g4 idea? I think here, white actually had a very interesting idea, which was to play knight e3 and then go to g4. Yeah, looks like I'm right. Right, and so, anyway, the idea behind knight e3 is if black does something silly, like maybe black plays b4, for example, although, like in the game, black played knight b6, but let's say black played b4, then I think white had this really crazy idea, which was to play knight takes pawn, and then after pawn takes, you can go like this, pawn to here, attacking this knight, right, and attacking the queen. And then if, black does something like moving the queen, or I forget exactly what, but I think moving with the bishop is very bad, and because after this king, you have this, and things do not look very pleasant for the black king. Like if he goes to f8, or like if he goes to f6, you might even just take the rook and do queen for 2 rooks. But if he goes here, you might even just do that. And if he goes there, you might just bring this in, and this just looks so unpleasant. This is super gross. It's like, it is... Yeah, black is just dead here after all that crazy nonsense. So bishop d6 might be bad for that reason. Like I remember it just leads to a very sharp, crazy attack that white has, and so if black played like queen b7 or queen a7 here, then you have something that's kind of even worse. Like after takes, like he kind of has to take, because otherwise you're just gonna take to the rook. Like that's another reason why rook e8 is a bad move, since it kind of led to all this nonsense. And then I think the move here was this, and then that, and then knight here, and then bishop takes that because you're threatening checkmate over there. Here, and then no, not bishop there yet. The idea is bishop here with check. And he has to block with something, and it doesn't really matter what, because now you go like this, and you're threatening 2 checkmates. You're threatening queen f7 and queen g8, and there's no way to stop both. So that was kind of the idea behind knight e3. Like, it's a very interesting move, and that's why, black played knight b6, because it's like, oh, no, I'm not having any of that. And I'm not letting you do that. If you take this pawn with your knight, I'm just going to take back. And another possibility for black, I'm trying to remember, I think is knight takes pawn, but I remember that being very bad for a certain reason. I'm trying to remember. Like, it does kind of look like white hangs this pawn, but what's it called? I think you could still just play knight takes d5, and then just win the knight for free. Like if black does this, maybe just do that, and if black does that, maybe just take with the bishop or take with the queen, and then you've I don't know if this is actually good. Yeah, let's stop for a moment. Like in this position, probably just take like that, maybe go knight g4, just add pressure, and all that stuff, or maybe play knight takes d5. Black does have this, or black does have f6, but you should never play f6. And let's see, actually no, black does not have bishop d6, because then you just take, and what's it called, this just looks very scary, since the queen will come to g4, so yeah, this is very scary for black. So I guess the alternative would be to play f6, but I don't like this either. This is, like, at least it's easier to defend this square now, since the pawn's not in the way anymore, but white's pieces just look so active. Yeah, this does not look good for black. Like, white will play queen g4, maybe bishop h3, just target this. So it just looks kind of unpleasant. Maybe play f4 to solidify this bishop over here. Like, there are a number of ideas. So Yeah, taking doesn't look good. Like, maybe I should see what the engine has to say about this. Like, what the engine thinks white should do here. Since that's one thing you could do. So the engine is actually jumping between, but knight takes d5 and knight takes e5. It's actually not sure. Because they both look quite good. Like, the engine evaluates it as +2 for white. So let's see what the engine says. Takes. And it says queen takes e5. You know what? There might be an argument for that. Although I kind of like keeping the queens on the board. Well, let's just see how it looks. Queen takes. Yeah, queen takes makes sense because otherwise this pawn gets taken away. And then rook takes. And then this pawn is going to fall. Oh, either that or this pawn. Like, this pawn is basically pinned to the rook because of this bishop. So bishop f6 makes sense. White can play that. And that. That's like, I think the idea is after bishop takes there. Yeah, what happens after bishop takes there, counterattacking? But takes. And then it says black takes with the bishop. Which looks very strange to me, but I guess it's so that this rook doesn't lose, access to this square. And then it says white should do that. Yeah, engines play in a very strange way that is very alien to humans and stuff. But anyway, back to the game. So that's why this knight e3 idea here was very interesting. And I don't think it works if the rook is not on e8. I think the rook being on e8 was kind of a mistake by black. I think the rook is happier on either of these two squares. But anyway, okay, so in this game between Persson and Vass, which I'm trying to make sure I memorize, and I need to turn off that engine, even though knight g4 is the move that is in the game. And oh yeah, I didn't memorize the full game, just the important parts. So I think next white was like, okay, I'll just get on with my plan. I'll just play knight g4, get in on this kingside attack, and then here, I'm trying to remember what black did. It was either a4 or b4, and black basically missed a very nasty tactic, which did not happen in the game. Like, the game actually went on longer, but the nasty tactic is this. Basically, knight coming to here with check. And the reason why this is so nasty is because after pawn takes, you have pawn takes. So now discovered attack on the queen, and this file is blasted wide open. So then, let's see what happened next. I think bishop comes to here, and then knight comes to there, with the idea of you're going to put your queen on h5, targeting both of these things. Well, the queen defends that actually, but it would allow you to take that bishop for free. So black might be like, oh, I'll just trade away some pieces, from this attack. But white's like, nah, I'm gonna bring my queen out anyway. And now what are you gonna do? Like, how are you gonna defend this? Are you gonna just push it and I'll just take? Oh, like, what do you do about all this stuff? Like, yeah, black has a lot of material. Like, black has like 2 minor pieces, but they're just sitting over here doing nothing. Like, this is why piece activity is so important. So here black might be like, oh, okay, I'll just get rid of your knight. That way you don't have this attack anymore. But then it's like, oh no, and it's like, pick your poison, black. And once again, the rook on e8 being an idea here. Like, you generally won't get this in normal games, but it's still a fun game that I like to memorize just for the ideas of it. So if he goes there, you just do that and it's checkmate. And then if he goes there, same thing. And so that was, just a really nasty tactic that was missed in the game. But I just like to remember it because it's really cool. And the alternative, of course, is to take with the bishop, since the knight is threatening the king and the rook. Like, if you just move the king away, the knight just takes the rook, and white is up in exchange. So can do like that, and then black might move their queen somewhere. Like I think this line is actually much better for black than the line where black gets checkmated, but it's still just so unpleasant. Like, you'll just take here, and then you'll play, like, you'll just bring your pieces to attack, and like, this does not look fun for black. It just looks so unpleasant. And all that stuff. Like, white will just bring... Like, I'm not even sure if black can take this pawn. It just looks so risky, too. Although, what does the engine say about this? I think it says white is +2, so, you know, black's not dead, although a 2-pawn advantage is usually crushing in, you know, a game between, like, grandmasters, or even a game between experts. It's just very scary. So, yeah, I like this move by the engine. Although, I don't know why you wouldn't play bishop h6 here just to defend this pawn. Although maybe the idea is black shouldn't take it. Bishop e3 looks very weird. Like, you're kind of provoking this push, but maybe that's fine since it weakens black's pawn structure and improves your bishop, so... And this... Then knight h2. Wow, engines, they're such aliens. Like, I would not even consider this move in a game. Like, I guess the idea is to come to g4 and then come to here or here. That might be it. So actually, there is merit to this idea. So, and f5 makes a lot of sense. And here you can win a pawn for free. Hooray! Or you can go queen h5. You know what? Winning this pawn shatters black's pawn structure, kind of. Well, not really, but greatly weakens it, so I kind of like it. Oh, yes, I really like this now. This is just so annoying for black. And yeah, black gets their pawn back, but yeah, this is unpleasant. Just unpleasant for black. So, but anyway, that's how that game could have ended. Let's see how the actual game ended. So the actual game between Tiger Person and Peter Vass. Let's just go look at how that one ended. So we were in this position, and then, you know, black plays this, and notice that the engine saying, "Oh, you should play knight f6, Jack. You should go crazy." And let's see what else happened here. Here, black played c4, continuing this attack on the queen side. And I think at this point, white found the move. And it took like that, and like that. Oh, and then similar stuff as to what happened in the game. What happened in that analysis. That kind of makes sense. And then, yeah, the king takes, and the king taking is kind of risky. Might make more sense to use the pawn as an umbrella. He goes there. And take. Play c3, I guess, to just try to stop the play on the queen side here and also lock up this bishop. And anyway, rook d8, rook d1, rook d7, which is a blunder for some reason. Trying to think as to why. Maybe knight g5 is the reason. And bishop e3, yeah, reasonable move. B takes c3, b takes, knight a4, knight takes. Ooh, knight takes is interesting. The idea being if queen takes, then bishop goes to d4, and the queen can't take the rook because it's pinned to the king. And if knight takes, what happens? I think that's probably what happened in the game. Let's see. So we do that anyway, and we can just play f4 to win back if need be. So knight c5, queen g5, of course. Not really interested in winning back material, interested in attacking the king. That's more fun. Goes like that, then does an exchange sacrifice. Okay, now we go f4, very reasonable. The idea behind the exchange sacrifice, I think, is just that this bishop is very, very strong, whereas the rook on e1 is less useful. And white's probably going to bring in their other rook. And let's see, black can't play knight e6 because then bishop takes check, forks the queen and king, and if queen takes, then queen takes back with check, and white is very happy. So black tries knight d3 instead, just defending this spot and putting the knight on a good square, so that makes sense. So we take, queen blocks the pawn because the discovered check is very scary, but I think bishop h3 is coming. Oh, no, it doesn't look like it, just rook f1. Like, I probably would have considered bishop h3 as an idea, just Because if the queen takes, then you just move the pawn with check, and then the knight blocks and you take it and it's checkmate. But rook f1 looks good too. What does the engine prefer here, I wonder? Prefers bishop takes d5. Even more aggressive than me. It's like, why, put the bishop on this silly square when it can, attack the queen this way? So I kind of like that suggestion by the engine. I missed that idea. But anyway, yeah, I think that'll be enough about this game. I think I'll look at another game, and I don't remember the name of the players in this other game. But similar opening, and it's against the French. Now in this game, black does not play as dubiously, like with the rook e8 stuff. Like I do not like that move in the game. I forget when it was played, but it just, like, rook e8 and queen c7, I think those were kind of the theoretical mistakes. Anyway, this game started a similar way. As before, playing g3 is important. Like, playing g3 before knight f3 is important, because otherwise, what's it called? Like, if you try knight f3 here, black can do that, and then if you do that, they can do that. Whereas if they try that with you doing g3 first, it doesn't work because the queen covers the square. The queen will just take the knight if it jumps there. Here, so g3. I think c5 as before. Like, I think it started out in a similar way. Don't remember the names of the players, but they'll probably come up and I'll probably remember when I see it. Let's see, bishop g2. Knight c6 as before. Like, this is a fairly common way that the game can start against the French if you're playing the King's Indian attack. Bishop e7, castle. In this game, black castled. I think white went for this immediately instead of going rook e1. Black played knight d7, and now white went rook e1. And now I'm trying to think what black did. Probably b5. They did not play rook e8 this game. Yeah, I think they just went b5. And I think white went knight f1 as before. And I think there was h4. And then I think bishop f4, bishop a6, something like that. Like the bishop's coming out at the same time. And then probably h4 here. And then I think black might have played b4 right away just to, accelerate and improve their bishop a little. And then after that, like, it's a different setup from the previous game. Like, notice the queen's not on c7, the rook's not on e8. And after that, I'm trying to think, what was white's next idea? I think white went for knight h2 or bishop h3. So I think they did knight h2, and then was there queen b6? No, I don't think there was. I'm trying to remember what happened next. I don't think it was a5. Might have been knight b6 at this point. Yeah, I don't remember this game as much. And I think here white played bishop h3 with the idea that white is going to want to bring their knight here and basically do a sacrifice, like sacrifice the knight, right? And so if black, say, played this move, for example, and white did that, and black did, I don't know, c4 or something, then white would go like this, just like take that, forking the queen and the rook. So black of course will take, and then white will take with check, and basically I think it's a knight for 2 pawns or knight for 3 pawns. I think it's 2, but the idea is that this pawn is very strong, and it's 2 center pawns, and white's going to, even though black has an extra minor piece, white has some pretty strong initiative and stuff. But this is not what happened in the game. And this is the reason why black, instead of continuing with that, played king h8, kind of foreseeing this idea and all that stuff. So I'm going to go promote variation. And then here, I'm trying to remember what white did next. I think white went for knight g5 anyway. And then I think the idea is white isn't just planning to do this sacrifice. White also has this queen h5 move, which is a bit scary. Like, playing h6 to kick the knight away now doesn't even work, because the queen just comes to h5 and pins the pawn to the king. And if the king goes back to g8, you just do the sacrifice. So I think here, black played queen e8, kind of a defensive move, like kind of a creative idea. Although it's not finding any games, which is interesting. So I probably missed a move somewhere, or about something, or maybe it was a4, not b4 that was played. Doesn't matter, but the idea behind queen to e8 is, what's it called? If white now plays queen h5, then black will do this, get rid of the knight first. If white takes back with the pawn to open up this file, black will play f5, and you can't take en passant, because if you do, then the queen hangs. That's kind of the idea behind this queen e8 move, is to let you go f5, grab some space, take the queen away at the same time. And like, once you move the queen away, you lose the ability to take en passant. So that was that was the idea behind queen e8. So then here, I'm trying to remember what white did next. I think something as simple as a knight g4. That was probably it. Probably just something like that. And then maybe black went a4 over here. I'm trying to remember. I remember white had some crazy combo near the end. So I think he went a4, and I think at this point, kind of a similar motif again. And I think it was something like this. We go here with check, takes, and then takes, and then takes, and then queen here, and then here, and then bishop f5. So the reason why black is taking over here is because taking the knight over there is because of the threats of checkmate on h7. So here white goes bishop h5, which is the idea here is that basically if black now takes, the rook grabs the queen, or the rook will grab the queen. But I think black has to take, so that was the idea here. And then here, white plays this, threatening, does it threaten checkmate there? I forget. It was rook g8 played at some point. And I think he plays this. Oh yeah, it is threatening checkmate, because bishop f6 followed by queen to g5 would be mate. So I think black's best move is to play this, just to stop that idea, stop the bishop from coming here, and maybe block with the queen and stuff. So then white takes, and then that, and then we kind of have this interesting position where I'm trying to remember what happens next, but it's actually a very interesting position that white goes into kind of on purpose, because what's it called? Black actually has a bit more material than white. Like, they both sides have a rook. Both sides have a bishop, but black has rook into knights for queen. But white, I think, will be able to win back some material. So I think one idea for white here is to just go like this. And let's see. Then if I think rook f7 might work, just for stopping this mate threat. Although actually rook f7 is a bit bad, because then queen takes here, hitting both the rook and the knight. And maybe he has knight there, but then the bishop takes, so that doesn't quite work. So maybe black just plays rook e8 or something. But the whole idea of this crazy stuff is that white, white is down a little bit of material, but white has a lot of compensation. And then here, I don't know what happens next. Probably something like maybe rook e1 first, or maybe just push at h5, h6 with this nasty mate threat. There are options here. I think here first to provoke this, and then push h5, and yeah, it's just a crazy position, and there's some stuff, but it's very interesting just from a theory point of view and stuff. Like, kind of like one of those positions, like if you're familiar with the Peart's defense, what's it called? There's a theoretical line in there where white sacrifices their queen for 3 minor pieces, and then you get this interesting endgame where it's, I think it's 2 bishops and a knight versus a queen and stuff. But the 2 bishops and knight are very active, so most grandmasters, they like the 2 bishops and the knight in that one. And here, like, we are kind of tempting black to do this, but maybe after this, that, that. Like, I think this knight's very strong. Actually, you can't even do this because the knight's gone from that. Like, the whole point of rook e1 is to tempt the knight away. So he can't even do that. So this tactic doesn't even work, this fork. Or like, how does he stop checkmate? That is disturbing. How does he stop this whole thing? Maybe I'll go back to where it started and all that. And, oh, what is this? Oh, that was the other line. Okay, so I think this I should promote, and the other one should be the variation. So anyway, all this crazy stuff, and then that, and then this, and then that, and then this, and then I think we just turn on the engine here and look at what it thinks of the position. It seems to say things are about equal, actually, which is kind of interesting. Like, they're about equal, but pretty unpleasant for black. And knight d7 probably actually is an improvement over queen e6, come to think of it. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, I guess the book I'm reading must have missed this idea. Either that, or I got the move orders wrong, or the moves wrong. Maybe this knight came to a4, or the other one came to a5. That was probably what happened in the game, yeah. Because otherwise this knight going there, it does defend against all that. Like, it's still about equal, but yeah, I definitely remembered the game a bit incorrectly, since this was not an option in the game. This knight was actually over here, so instead of a4, instead of this, I think he actually played this. And it still can't find the game, sadly. Although maybe it's not even on Lichess. I don't know. But anyway, I think that's enough of these games to memorize, which I'm still working on memorizing and all that stuff. Like, one fun way to learn opening theory is to just look for games like this, where you kind of look at the ideas between the players, like what each side is trying to do, and then from that you get a better memory of what's going on, since it's not just blind memorization, you're trying to remember all these ideas. And some of the ideas you might not actually use in an actual game, but they make the memorization more fun. Like the bishop h3 idea, that one you'll probably use in an actual game, like this whole bishop h3 and then put the knight on g5 and then sack and stuff and shatter the center, and you might use that in a game, but you might not use this crazy knight f6 thing, since it might not even be available, and it's kind of risky. And if one thing is slightly off, like if the opponent did one thing slightly different, like have this knight here instead of over here, then this tactic might not even work. Right? Like, notice that when the knight is on a4, instead of pushing the pawn to a4, that the knight f6 move in the engine, it actually gave white +3, even though white is going to go down material and stuff. But anyway, I think at this point in the stream, I'm now going to just do some tactics, or maybe some endgames, one of the two. So my accounts for tactics, I like to use Chess Tempo, and what's it called? My account is kind of brand new since my original account kind of has my name in it, and I don't want to leak that just yet unless I become a title player or something. So let's just do some puzzles. I like Chess Tempo since, from my understanding, it pulls the puzzles from actual games between strong players. So, in this position here, what does white want to do? To evaluate the position, since this is a brand new account, the tactic is probably actually very easy. But maybe not, maybe not. I'm trying to see if there's anything here. So, it's white to play, and no immediate material that can be gained. Although rook d6 is very scary. Like white playing rook d6, it forces the queen away from the defense of that pawn. Or does it? Well, if the queen goes to f5, like white plays rook d6 and black plays queen f5, then you have rook to f6 check, forcing a black to go down in exchange, queen for rook. So the move might be rook d6. That just looks really strong. The idea being that the queen can go to c8 maybe, or maybe it goes to a2 or something. But then white will play queen takes g6 check. Although actually it can take on e5 as well. That's a possibility. And basically, like if black plays queen takes e5, you take this with check. And, the king can only go to f8, that move is forced. Then you play rook f6 check. And black is in trouble. Black can't block, because if they do, then queen takes f7 is mate. So black has to play queen takes f6 at that point. So rook d6 looks very strong. Probably is the right move, but as is often said, and this quote is often attributed to Emanuel Lasker, if you see a good move, look for a better one. So we have queen f3 check, but that doesn't really do anything against king g7. Rook d8 doesn't really do much because g7 is available. Queen f1 check, similar problem. Yeah, I think it's just rook d6. I don't see anything else that's worthwhile. I don't see any good defense against it. Like counterattacking on white's queen doesn't really work. So I'm gonna go with rook d6. Let's see if it's right. Yep, okay, so he plays there, and that move doesn't work because of this idea. Okay. Since this is a brand new account, I guess, all-time record. Let's try to beat this all-time record. So yeah, the idea there is white's going to get this nasty mating attack with queen takes g6 check, so that's why black has to give up the queen for the rook. Anyway, I think this rating is a lot lower than what my previous account's rating was, so these next puzzles, they'll probably be a little easy for me, but that's okay. Let's see. Now this position over here, what do we have? Oh, we have a lot of stuff. Nice and complicated position. We have the very simple knight e4. Just threaten to win the rook, or at least win an exchange. That's an idea. Okay. What else is there? Queen takes e6. Pin doesn't really work. You have rook c8. You can essentially just have everybody gang up on that rook and try to win it that way. Although if you're going to do that, you should do knight e4 first, because then white might play king h1, just breaking the pin, so then you can at least win the exchange. Now, an important question to ask is black down material? Because, if black is already down material, then you know, going up in exchange might not be enough. You might need more than that. So let's see now. There's ideas with knight e2 check, although the bishop and the queen are both covering that. And what else? What else? Is there any sort of other threats that can be made? Like this rook right here looks like the only actual weakness on the board. Since this bishop's very safe, this queen and rook, they're very safe. This knight, like, is a little bit interesting because this pawn is kind of pinned, but let's see now. So it's probably not rook c8. It's probably just a simple puzzle of, you know, attacking the pinned piece. Since pawns are about equal, material is about equal, both sides have 2 rooks, 2 minor pieces, and a queen. Now, can white get any compensation if I go up this exchange? That's another important question, because sometimes, yeah, you might be able to go up an exchange, but maybe white gets some sort of nasty mating attack against you or something. But it looks like the answer to that question is no. And let's see, does taking this bishop with the knight make sense? Probably not. And, you know, if you go here, you can't really pin the knight to your rook, since this knight defends your rook, so he doesn't have that way out. So I think I will just go for this, since this is the only candidate move I'm seeing on this board. Let's see if I'm right. Yep, looks like I was right. Now, after this, he's breaking the pin, so I should probably just take this rook. It's probably right. Is there any other kind of idea? If I don't take it now, it can probably just move away. So, taking is probably correct. Okay. Well, yeah, these ones are pretty easy so far. Like, those 2 puzzles were only 1400 and stuff, so. Like, normally a puzzle takes me, like, 10 minutes or something to, like, work out all the ideas. Some of them even go longer, since they can get very, very interesting. And generally with puzzles, it's I kind of see it more important that you recognize the ideas in them, as opposed to necessarily finding some critical move order that the engine thinks is very obvious, but which a human player might find difficulty with. Because if you at least see the ideas, then, you know, as you get a little bit better at calculating things, you'll get those move orders. Like, you'll catch them, you'll get them. But if you don't see the ideas whatsoever in the tactics, like in the solution, and it's like, it's like... Now here, there's probably ideas of hitting this f7 pawn. It's very weak. Problem is, how do we do that? There are a number of possibilities here. Like, currently only the king and the queen are defending it. Like, you could probably start with bishop c4, but then bishop d5 is a nice counter to that. Like, black's position is very cramped, very unpleasant. Isn't like another weakness is, of course, that the king is vulnerable to smothered mate ideas. Like, if you could somehow get this knight on h6, then that would just be checkmate. Or even the queen coming to g7, that would be checkmate too, but that does not seem to be available. So one interesting idea, one very interesting play that I see right away, well, almost right away, is knight takes h7. And this is a strong play because he can't take it. Like, after king takes, you just play queen h5 check. And let's see. Actually, no, maybe he can take it. Queen h5 check, king g8. Yeah, it might be possible to take that. Bishop takes g6, threatening queen h7 checkmate. F takes g6, queen takes, and, you know, things get very nasty. Your knight is gone at that point, of course. So knight takes h7 is a very interesting idea. It might be the solution, it might not be, it might just be too crazy, since it does lead into a number of complications and stuff. Now, what else is there? Knight takes f7 is another idea, but I don't think it's anywhere near as good, since black can protect this diagonal with their bishop. Let's see now. There's sort of a weak back rank thing with this knight over here. Like if you could somehow get this rook to go away and this bishop out of the way, then you can... Well, actually, no, the bishop defends that. Never mind. Knight e6 is another idea. Just fork the two rooks, and if he takes, then what do you do? Do you just push? Although you can just take. So I don't know. I don't think knight e6 is the move. Like maybe the immediate bishop c4. Lots of interesting stuff in this one. I like this one. It's actually making me think. Now, does black have any threats that I need to respond to? The answer looks like no. So I'm leaning towards knight takes h7 just because it leads to a very scary mating attack for white. I mean, like white's gonna get all their pieces in there and, you know, attack black and stuff. But is there anything better is the question. And there might be something better, but it might be really hard to see. So let's see. Bishop takes g6. No, that doesn't look right. Alright, let's just spend more time analyzing knight takes h7. So knight takes h7, king takes h7, queen h5 check, king to g8, and then we have a choice between bishop takes g6, which is a very forcing move. Yeah, bishop takes g6, f takes g6, f7 check. F7 check, that's interesting actually. Although the queen's defended, so that doesn't quite work. I was thinking of some sort of skewer ideas with forcing the king to f7, because otherwise queen takes h8 as mate, and then the queen could go to h7 and kind of skewer away this queen. But it doesn't quite work because the queen's defended, so... Let's see, knight takes h7, king takes h7, check, king g8. Oh my, that is something, huh? Yeah, there's some really interesting ideas here with sacrificing the queen. But I don't know if it actually works. Well, I don't see anything else. You only live once, let's try it. Oh, I was wrong, okay. Oh yeah, that's it. That's a lot better what the solution is. The solution is don't even go for this crazy nonsense. Just plant the queen right there. He can't take it because then it's checkmate. That's... I totally missed that. And that's just... It's just really strong. And let's see, after knight takes f6, you probably just play bishop takes f6. X and stuff. And he can't play bishop takes because of checkmate. So knight takes f6. Yeah, bishop takes, and then I don't know what black would do here. It's just very unpleasant. Don't think he can play h6, even though that's what he does. It's like, okay, well, you just take it, right? Yeah, you can end this, and well, we're getting checkmated. Yeah, this doesn't work. So, well, I almost saw it, but yeah, missed that idea. Queen h5. That's a really good one. Okay. So in this position here, what is going on? That's the first thing you should figure out, is what is going on in terms of what does each side want to do. Black has this nice passed pawn on e4 that they want to promote. White's king is a bit exposed. Black's king is somewhat safe. Let's see now. White has one extra pawn, but black has the passed pawn. So, black's kind of in a better state. Queen f5 check. What happens after king g8? Queen c8 check. Those checks don't really seem to do anything. King just jumps back and forth. Alright, what else is there? What else is there? Here, let's see. Might be a position of finding the best defensive move. But I don't think so. This one's a little tricky. Is it just trade rooks and play queen f2? No, there has to be more to it than that. I think that's too simple. Check there. Check. Or check there. Let's see, it's white to move, okay. Always gotta double check because, you know, if it's actually black to move, that would be very funny. Okay. Spend all that time analyzing white when it's black. Who would be the one to move? Okay, what are the weaknesses in this position? Like, black doesn't actually have a whole lot of weaknesses. Let's see. There's that one check. I don't think it's that. I think that's taking on e4 and then doing that. I think that's a little silly. I don't think it's ideas involving king f4 to hit the pawn with all three pieces, since that's a bit dangerous. Like maybe an engine would play that, but it's like, eh. Oh, wait, what if it's... Yeah, it might be something as simple as that. Queen f5 check, king g8, rook c3. The idea being to do a back rank checkmate, and the problem with black, like the problem black's faced with is that, let's see, black has no checks on white's king, so black's pieces are kind of stuck where they are, and even playing g6 doesn't really work to fend that off, because then queen f7 check followed by rook c3. So that's probably it. That's probably the idea, actually. Just oh, do I have Lichess? Yes, I do. My Lichess account is King's Knight Twitch. It's this. I also have a chess.com account, although I prefer playing on Lichess, since with Lichess you get as many game analyses as you want, whereas on chess.com you don't and stuff. And also I just like the UI a little bit better. So if you want, we can play a game on either platform. And I think I've figured out this tactic. So, oh, oops. There we are. So I think this is the move. There, and then rook c3. I think this is how to win. And he goes like that. And then, I didn't think this far. Although, you just do this, and do that, and yeah, okay, that's that tactic. So 10 plus 5, sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm also fine with like 5-minute blitz, 10-minute rapid, game in 30, those are all fine. The only time controls I don't really like is 3 minutes and bullets. Oh, you're new to online chess, okay. So I should probably go a little easy in this game. Alright, so let's see, it's been a while since I actually challenged someone. Let's see. So I think we should do casual. Time control is... Oh, you've been playing over the board for 40 years. Okay. Oh, there you are. Oh, in that case, maybe I shouldn't go easy. Alright. 2200. That's a pretty good rating, though it is provisional. Oh, so, there's some uncertainty. Maybe you're actually stronger than that. I don't know. Although usually I don't pay too much attention to the rating. Usually I play the board, not the person. Okay. I'm fine with waiting. Alright. Go here. I see. Would you like to play a slower time control instead? Like maybe a game in 30? Let's see, what do I want to do here? Here now. Actually, I should go e5 first, but anyway. Queen d3. Okay. That's an interesting move. Maybe Queen d3 is theory. I don't know. Oh, I'm new to streaming, so what's it called? Oh, I don't know. How do you have it do that? This is my very first chess stream and stuff. So let's see. What do I want to do here? Yeah, I should figure out how to tell Lichess that I'm streaming. Let's do this. Let's get a little crazy. Go after that dark squared bishop, because my bishop will be uncontested. Oh, looks like I should probably have my, what's it called, Nightbot be a lot more tolerant of links and stuff. Since you probably posted a link just now, and unfortunately I didn't see it, because Nightbot is censoring it. Okay. Let's get rid of that bishop and keep my King's Indian bishop. And then probably bring this guy here. Say something in the chat. Okay. Alright. What do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? Or do you mean this chat? this. That strengthens the bishop a little. I think this is interesting. Could go b5. Prep bishop to there. And then knight a5 might come. Yeah, my knight is a little goofy, but what to do, what to do? Yeah, I think I'll do this. Whispered the link. Okay. Oh, thank you. So I think I'll look after the game. Let's see. Question is, do I want to go for here? I think that's a little silly. I think I'll go here, since that was the idea of h5, just to give the square for my knight so it can come to f6. I probably want to go, what to do? 15, 10 or 10, 5. I like to play, what's it called? Either game in 10 or a game in 30 myself. Let's go here. What to do, what to do. Knight's not really doing anything there. Let's just do this. Let's see. This is an interesting situation. Takes. Okay, a strong pawn there, weaken that. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me for me to do that, so I think I'll just go this. Yeah, kind of going for a double-edged idea here, because if he takes, I got two center pawns and an open file, but I also get this weakened. And that as well. I think I'll go here now. like light mode myself. My king's a little safer over here. So I think I'll do that. Oh, I just realized something. So far. Question is, does he want free pawn or no? Okay, grabs the free pawn. I think I'll just drop back. Get my king out of this nasty pin. So now it's bishop versus knight. Exciting stuff. This guy here. Let's see what to do. Might be going for the endgame and stuff. Good one, good one. Let's see now. What will I do here? What will I do? Have any ideas? Sadly, knight e3 doesn't work. Well, might as well do it anyway. Somehow improve my position. Even though I'm probably hopelessly lost at this point. Probably want to keep things nice and closed. But I don't think there's a way to do that. Okay. Well, let's do this. Probably should have played b5 a lot earlier in the game, but I didn't. makes sense. And let's see, let's get my king to safety or something. Where's my king the safest? Oh, here, I don't know. That's an interesting idea. Give me too many chances. I don't know, but maybe that's the point. Always a scary sign when he do sacrifice, the other guy just takes immediately. Yeah, it makes sense to follow through. Interesting. Yeah, that sometimes happens to me and stuff. Or like I'll see something, but there's some other resource that I missed. Let's see here. I should just get my king away from here, even though that does allow a trade. Let's see. That. Oh, of course, with queen takes here, is that I get a perpetual. There, you just shuffle the queen back and forth and check you forever. Let's do this. Let's keep trying to strike back. Let's see. I'll do this. And let's see now. Very nice. does he have me here? Let's see after that. What is the best move? Yeah, probably have to walk into this. Let's see. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, do I have a FIDE rating? No, not currently. I might eventually get one. Like, I used to play chess a lot as a teenager, and I was about 1800 in the Canadian Chess Federation rating system. But I might be slightly stronger now. I might be around 2000 now, I'm not sure. But I'm looking forward to playing some over-the-board tournaments in the future and finding out what is my actual current over-the-board rating and all that stuff. But yeah, let's see now. Where is that link you whispered me? I should go find that. Let's see. Is it in inbox? No, I don't see it in the inbox. I'm not too familiar with, let's see, how whispers work. Oh, on Twitch. On Twitch it might have gotten censored or something by my Nightbot, since I've had a lot of spam bots in the past and all that, posting nasty URLs that I don't want in the chat or anything like that. But I think it's fine if you like put it in the Lichess chat or in the or send me a private message on Lichess, all that. Let's see, where did I go wrong in this game? Oh wow, I was really crushed even at this point. Let's see. Yeah, knight takes g7. I kind of agree with the engine here, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, queen f5, definitely a blunder and stuff. Should have just retreated my knight. And this move, anyway. How did I play the opening? Yeah, how did that look? I think this is very standard stuff, just kingside fianchetto variation. I'm still learning the Gallagher variation, which is one way of playing against the kingside fianchetto. And, oh, private message, okay. Oops, that's chess.com, there it is. So it's in the blog, okay. Yeah, I just started streaming chess, so this is my first chess stream. Very interesting. Own streamer profile. Ooh. Very interesting, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that'll be good for anyone following me on Lichess, since they'll be able to see when I'm streaming. So that's cool. And let's see how to join. Yeah, Lichess Twitch account. Titled Arena. I might try that in the future. Although, wait, no, I'm not titled. I'm thinking the other thing. Arena Kings? Is that what it's called? And let's see. So I think I've got this part down, got the setup down. Okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing this link with me. I'll take a look, and hopefully next time I'll have it all set up and all that stuff. Would you like to play another game or no? Like this game was pretty interesting. It was pretty fun. Let's see. like B for? I guess because of this stuff. Although it doesn't like knight takes D2. Oh yeah, 15 plus 10 is fine with me. Yeah, let's do that. So let's see, what was your username again? Zero guy 56. Okay, so it's the same on both. Alright. So I think it's play with a friend, right? Time control, real time, and that's per side is 15, right? And the increment is 10. And I'm fine with either casual or rated. Alright, those are both fine with me. And then a random side is fine. And let's see, invite a lead chess user. Oh, rated is fine with me. Yeah, we can do rated if you want. So let's see. It just means nobody in chat. Nobody tell me the right moves. Because I want to win or lose by my own merit and stuff. So rate it. Oh, you don't want to have the provisional rating anymore. That makes sense. And let's see. So I think I did this with play with a friend. Oh wait, no. I did this wrong. Pressed the wrong button. Still figuring this stuff out. Okay. So I think it was old guy 56, is that right? Mr. Old Guy 56. There we are. Yeah, I think the question mark goes away after like I forgot how many games, but it eventually just goes away. Now I don't know the Dutch very well, but I think I'll try it. I think here I think I do this. Let's see, I think castle is right. What to do? I think I do this here. Let's see. I'll just go back. Time to push E4, or should I do something else? I'll do this move, even though it might be wrong. I don't know. Goes there. Okay. Probably foresees that idea. I'll do this. bring everybody to the king side. Yeah. Okay. Let's go crazy. I should probably think a bit more on my moves. I think I'm playing a bit too fast. Let's see, probably prepping b5 there. That's probably the idea. Let's do this. What to do? What to do? Ah, silly me. I'm a pawn. Let's see now. Go rook c8. I think knight e8 makes a bit of sense here. Maybe knight g7, knight takes that. Depends on what happens. Actually, that knight has a very nasty square. Wonder if he sees it. Oh, he sees it. Okay. Okay. What to do? What to do? Go there. Have to be careful not to hang my queen. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Don't want to play a Botez gambit. Let's just go like that. Have I ever hosted a Simul? No, I have not. Never thought of myself as strong enough to. Let's see. I think I was going to go here. good to know. Maybe I'll look into using one of them. There. Probably doing this idea, pinning the rook. Probably take the pawn if he does that. Let's see now. Nope, that was his idea. And the rook, very simple. I think I should just get rid of this. Then here, I think I'll go for that. What's to do? What's to do? I guess try to argue that my minor piece is better than the rook. That's probably what I try to do here. Gotta watch out for some nasty tactics. Oh, I totally missed the idea of the knight going there and flipping the queen and the pawn. Adding pressure over there. Very logical. Let's see. I think I'll try this move. Right here. The idea is probably bishop takes pawn, and if I take back, the knight takes with check. So I think I'll do this. Knight's going to there. Oh, very nice idea. Where should I put my king? Probably out of harm's way. Probably somewhere like here. this. And let's see. What to do now? What to do now? I think this is right. I see. Makes sense. Do I win back the material now? Let's for that. Let's try some of this. Let's see, I'm now down 2 pawns. But my king is left safe. Queen might be coming there. I think I want to keep some stuff on the board. Yep, it's coming there. Alright. I think I'll go here. Oh, did I mess up? Looks like I did. That's what happens when you play too fast. Although actually, no, I'm not completely losing, am I? Not yet. Yeah, I might have, but it's okay. Blunders are natural. Let's see. They're a part of the game, you know. Oh, that's got crazy. Let's do that. Going for that, eh? Do I have anything that I can use here? Shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that either. Yeah, doing that would immediately lose. missed a perpetual. Silly me. I had queen here and had queen there, up and down forever. That would have been a draw. Because if you block, I just move to f2 and do back and forth. Let's see now. I think my queen is very well placed where it is. Can't do anything like that. I'll just do this. I'll just give the move back. Maybe I'll go here. Very nice, very nice. I see the idea. You're gonna trade everything off and then push the pawns. Because if you take the check. Interesting. Didn't go for that. Kind of simplifies everything. I'll do this. I think best move, in my opinion, is just do that. Since, if I run away, it doesn't work. So I'll just take. Then you push, and then I will just resign. So, good game. I think there was one point a bit earlier on where I did have a perpetual and I just missed it and stuff. What's it called? Where's that move? I think it was here, and then after this, do this. Yeah, after this. Here, I totally missed. Oh wait, no, it covers F1. Never mind. It covers the square. I missed that the queen covers that. So I didn't have a perpetual. Yeah. So still a very nice game. I really enjoyed this one. Still learning the Dutch defense, so I don't know if I played it correctly, but I kind of liked the position in the middle game. It was very interesting. And kind of white attacking on the queen side, black attacking on the king side sort of thing. Okay, let's see. And hopefully that question mark disappears soon. Yeah, how did I do in the opening? Oh, it actually wants me to play b6 here. That's interesting. Oh, and I was actually a little bit better coming out of the opening, but then I kind of threw the advantage away. And stuff, so that's interesting. I think I was playing too fast. It's like this is game of 15 and stuff. Yeah, here I should have just gone queen g6 first. I'm so silly. Queen g6 was my plan and stuff. So blundering this pawn is probably what cost me the game and stuff. Like, what is the... Oh yeah, like, what's it called? Right before knight there. The engine actually really likes my position here, so that's cool. Actually, didn't play the opening too bad. And like, so that's pretty cool. Oh, like if I had gone queen g6, I wonder what would have happened. But that's not what happened. So no point dwelling in on things that could have happened. But, And knight e8 is very silly. It just allowed knight d5, which is super strong and stuff. Should have gone knight g7, yeah, as the engine says. What else? Here I'm just fighting for counterplay and stuff. Goes like that, pins the rook, goes like that. I don't think after this point I was ever, just crushing me from then onwards. Yeah, makes sense. And so I was just kind of fighting on, trying to do something, like try to do something over here. There's a little bit of a moral victory in, winning back the exchange, but it ultimately didn't really end up working out since I lost so many pawns in the process and all that. So let's see. Here's another opening that I've been learning lately that I'd be interested in trying out if you're open to it. And it's an opening that I can only play with the white pieces. It's one that I want to learn just because it's so weird and all that stuff. So maybe if you're open to it, we can have another rated game. And for this one, since I had the black pieces the previous times, I think I'll go for the white pieces this time. And only if you're... Oh no, it's not the Bomb Cloud. It's something different. It is something as offbeat as the Bomb Cloud, but not as insane. This opening is at least playable. It's this one. The Orangutan. Or the Sokolsky, or the Polish. It's got multiple names. It's like, yeah, that's very common on first move against it. Let's see, d5. That's interesting. I haven't seen that one before. I think I'll go a3. And then here, probably e3. Then probably, let's go that. Let's see now. After that, go play this. Let's see. How about this? Oh, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with the theory and all that. Let's see. I'll just castle. I do know that e5 is kind of the most popular first move. I don't know much besides that. Let's just do this. Yeah, pretty even, but the position is very interesting. Let's see. Quote Ben Feingold. Rawr. And now what? Often leads to these really crazy sorts of positions. That's why I'm learning it. I think I'll take. Ooh, interesting. It's going here, eh? Let's go here. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I guess it's time to simplify. Take that one or this one. I'll take this one. Let's see. Yeah, let's do some of this. And after that, probably this. Let's see. Does this knight have any moves? No. And take there. What to do now? What to do now? No, not that. I think this is okay. here. Watch for some stuff. Let's see now. After that, let's do that. Do I want to get crazy and do that? I probably should not. I think I'll just do this. Reasonable move. Just have to watch for this idea. The rook taking that with a mate. Those are mates, the pawns in the way, but still. Queen to there. What is the idea? Could play queen takes pawn. Here, bishop takes. Can't take my eyes off of this rook. Although this rook needs to defend this pawn, because otherwise he doubles up like that. Here, takes, takes with check. Do I have any good moves here? Oh, I might have one. This is kind of interesting. Let's do that. Ooh, interesting. Did I mess up here? Kind of. Question is, yeah, I should probably move out of the way. Yep, okay. All right. Think. How crazy do I want to be today? Yeah, okay. I see something. Oh, but I missed that. That's good. All right. Let's see. Mate in 5. Interesting. Well, let's see the mate in 5. Let's see it. How do you know it's mate in 5? This doesn't look like mate in 5 to me. How many moves was it from the start? Unless resigning counts as the end to it. There's a forced mate here, it's just I don't think it's at 5. I think it's... Now it doesn't really matter what I do, it's going to be mate in 2. So I'll just let you do it. Good game. Good game. I enjoyed that one. Well, I enjoyed the other ones too, but I enjoyed this one as well. Haven't had much, haven't practiced the Polish opening much. So it was fun to test it out and see how it does and all that. It leads to some very weird, very interesting positions. So that's why I'm thinking of taking it up. Oh, I do have a question. You said that you've been playing chess over the board, was it for 40 years? Have you achieved any titles by that? Yet, like a National Master, for example, or no? Like, I know that titles can be very hard to get and all that stuff. Oh yeah, if I played a little bit more accurately and played a little slower, maybe I might have won. I don't know. Oh, but what's it called? Like in rapid or in 15-minute, I tend to play way too fast and stuff. Ah, I see. My learning speed, I'm not too sure if I learn fast or slow. I remember back when I was a teenager, my rating was going up by like 100 points per year or something like that, which I think is pretty average. But I think there were lots of other players who learned a lot faster than I did and stuff. Although they had coaches and they had engines and stuff back in the days when engines were still fairly new and all that, and thus they had much better opening theory than me. Let's see. Not sure what I'm going to do next. Maybe I'll look at some endgame puzzles or something. Let's see. Although this is a fairly new account, since my original account has my name in it. I don't want to reveal my name just yet. So here we have a nice endgame. Black to move. It looks like a typical queen versus pawn on the 7th rank. Oh, this website, it's Chess Tempo, or chesstempo.com. I think I can post the link in the chat, although maybe Nightbot is going to be mean to me too. I don't know. Well, let's see. In this endgame, it's queen versus pawn on the 7th rank, although this is an f pawn on the 6th rank. And the reason why it's giving that is because f pawn on the 7th rank is actually a draw. It was great playing with you, Richard Smith 56. So hopefully you enjoy my stream. And let's see. What should I do here? Generally you give a bunch of checks and try to force the king in front of the pawn. So maybe queen b5 check. King has to go here, otherwise the pawn gets taken for free. Then king g7. Then maybe king d6 or something like that. If he goes d7, the problem is queen d5 check forces him back. Let's see, if he goes d6, that's kind of the one problem square to worry about. Although king d6 isn't really a problem, since you can just move your king again. And if he plays f7, you can drop your queen to e8, and the queen will get to the c8 square, and the king can't cover it. So I think that's how we win here. I think we check over here, king goes in front of the pawn to save it. You bring your king in closer. King might go to d6. If the king goes to d7, you just do queen d5 check. King has to go back in front of the pawn. And yeah, okay, I think that's how we do this one. Let's try it. So just move the king. Should make sure not to move too fast and all that. I think you just move the king again here though. I don't really see any alternatives that white has. I've got to watch out for stalemate and all that stuff. But you know, as long as the pawn is able to move, there's no stalemate. So, alright, let's just move the king. Pawn goes to there. Let's move the queen to here. King goes to there. Just put the queen on c8. The king can never ever touch the promotion square now, so that's why putting the queen on c8 is good. Good, and let's see, I think now we just bring our king in closer and just win the pawn. Alright, how'd I do? About average, that's good. So I took 8 moves and the average is about 7.7. This was kind of an easy one though. So queen b5 check is the fastest move. Okay, king g7. So fast here, it says king f6 is 1 move faster than king f7. But let's look at king f7. Let's see what other mistakes I made here. It says here queen c4, queen b6 check, or queen b7 are faster. But I kind of think queen e8 is just a very, very sound principal move that just completely shuts down any of white's chances of drawing this game. So even though the other moves are faster, I think queen e8 is just more principled and, you know, just more heuristic kind of the move you would teach a student or something like that. If you had, like, if you're a coach or a teacher or something. Like grandmasters, they like those kind of moves, the kind of moves where it just shuts down any hope of the opponent getting back into the game. So anyway, that was this puzzle. Whoa, king, bishop, and pawn versus king and bishop. So the pawn is very close to promotion, so that makes this quite a bit easier. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I think you generally want your bishop on the long diagonal. The other guy's bishop to have access to it. Let's see. So bishop d7 looks like the most obvious first move. Then if like bishop c4 for example, what do you do? Let's see, I think bishop d7, isn't it? I think it's actually go bishop d5 and then bishop c6, so the bishop is forced away, then you just play d7, d8. Yeah, it's probably just bishop d5. That's probably it. Bishop here, he moves his king or something, play bishop there. Now if he takes, and you take back, his king can't cover the c7 square, it's too far away, so your king goes to c7, and then that will allow the pawn to promote. So he doesn't have an out if he trades the bishops over there. So I think bishop d5 is the right first move. Although there are a number of other possible solutions as well. It's just generally you try to do it as fast as you can. Try to look for any tactics that are on the board or anything like that, because they help with the puzzle, they help do it faster. So I think it's just bishop d5, bishop c6, and I'm not seeing any other ideas. Not seeing any sort of defense, so I think I'll just go ahead and do it. He goes there. Alright, we go here. He takes, we take. And then we can go here. We go there, and then we queen. Oh, I got perfect on this one. Yeah, I did it as fast as possible. Well, perfect generally means that your speed matches the engine, and the engine has like the optimal solution and stuff. So, got perfect, but this is a pretty easy one to see, the whole bishop d5, bishop c6 idea. Like bishop d7 is kind of a trap, since it doesn't work. Oh, this one. Rook and pawn versus rook. That's an annoying one to deal with. Let's see. You basically want to get your king... You want to get your king out of here somehow. So maybe the idea is rook g1 and then rook g3 to let the king come to g2. Like... Rook and pawn endgames, like rook and pawn versus rook, that's hard stuff. Like this one's probably an easier one, but they can get very tricky, very, very difficult. Very easy to mess them up and get a draw when you want to win. So I think the move might be rook g1, force the rook away, and then rook g3. And the rook can't cover, you know, this or anything. Might also try king g2. Though that might lead to some bad stuff, like the king just getting checked a million times. Let's see, rook g1, rook moves somewhere, king g2, rook comes with check. King comes to here, to f3. And if the rook tries checking you, you just run away, with the king. You don't want to go on this file, because then the rook can like skewer the pawn and the king is forced to stay close to it. So that might be it. I think the move is rook g1, because otherwise how do you make any progress here? There's also rook f2 check and rook g2. That's an interesting idea. Although if you try that, you might do king e3 with the idea of bringing the rook to a8, and if you try doing king g1, he plays rook a1, which will be checkmate. So I don't really like that very much. I think I'll just try the simple rook g1, king g2, and then just try to run away. Alright, I think that's it. Let's try it. He goes there. So I think I'll just run. Run away. Run away. Like the rook and the pawn, they can work together to promote. And yeah, looks like I got the average here. Like, what's faster? So rook g1 actually is the fastest move, but here it doesn't want king g2, it wants rook g3. That's a little bit faster. Maybe that's where I got rook g3 from. Yeah, I probably studied these endgames a bit and just learned that rook g3 is a little bit faster since you stop all these annoying checks and stuff. So let's look at rook g3, king e2, king g2, check here, there, 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 and then that, and there, and that, and that, and that. Okay. Pretty easy one so far, but eventually, like, since this is a new account, it will catch up. So here, I'm thinking rook h3 might be the move, since you usually just want to get your rook behind the passed pawn and push them down all the way. Could be wrong, but rooks usually belong behind passed pawns in these kind of endgames. Trying to think if there's anything else to consider, but I don't like playing h5 and allowing the opponent to play rook h4. That just... Well, actually, no. If he does that, then we just play h6, h7, h8 and laugh at him. So this probably is a scenario where it's right to just push the pawn. Since I think this rook is already on a very good square. Here, like cutting off checks. Like he'll probably like move his king or something. So yeah, it might be right. It might be right. Here, there, here, check, down, there, there. And then maybe eventually king h6 and rook g8. Oh, I'm feeling adventurous. Let's try that. I think that idea does work. I'm not seeing a good way to stop it, but very often there is a way to stop it. Let's do it. Okay, so far so good. It's not a draw, otherwise I would have just ended it right there. This king is actually running away, which is interesting. Maybe I go for rook f3, or maybe rook g6. I'm really rusty on these endgames. Maybe just rook g6 check. You know, just improve the rook's position a little. What's it called? Since he's preparing to just check a bazillion times with his rook like this. So rook g6 check might just stop that. Yeah, okay, let's try that. Okay, king is just running away more. Maybe just rook g5 check now. He can go back if he wants, and then we push the pawn, and then if he starts checking, we have a nice shelter for the king on h5. Yeah, I think this is okay. So let's push. Hopefully this doesn't just draw. Okay, so far so good. And do I want to check? I think I'll do this. Gives a check like that. Maybe I trap my king in the corner. It might be okay. Kind of similar position as the previous game, even though trapping your king in the corner can lead to a draw. Let's find out. Alright, I think rook g6, and then after rook d7, king h8. Or I could go king g8, but I think I'll go for this. It might draw, but let's find out. Yep, that draws. Okay. Yeah, I really need to review these ones. Rook and pawn endgames. They're very critical. Very, very tricky. But let's do another. Not another one. Although at least this one's not a rook pawn. At least it's not a rook pawn. So there's that. Okay, I think after b7, you kind of just set up a Lucena bridge position, which is an important theoretical position in these kind of endgames. I think after b7, I think he has no choice but to... Well, actually, he might play king c6 and do some mate tricks or something. Yeah, he might have that. So it might make sense to just go rook c7 immediately and then just play rook c2. Yeah, just cut off the king from getting anywhere close to the pawn. That might make a lot of sense. And since in rook endgames in general, that's a common theme, is to just stop the opponent's king from doing anything. And, like, you want to be up a king if possible. Very often it's not possible, but when it is, do it. So let's see, I think rook c7, and then if he checks, you just go to b7, you just play this a little patiently and stuff. I think I'll try that. Playing a little bit quickly. Normally I take more time, but I am trying to get closer to the usual level of difficulty of puzzles that I'm used to. I think this is good, and then king b8, and then you're going to push b7. Now we have a Lucena bridge. So probably rook d1 check, and if king c6 you just play king c8, and you can't give a check on a8 because the pawn just takes. So if he runs there, I think it's the 4th rank that the rook goes to, so that the king can't harass it, and now you try to escape. And he's not even gonna try to keep harassing my king and stuff, which is interesting. Don't know why the engine does that, but anyway. Like after check, you would go here, and after check, you would come out here, and then after check, you'd block with the rook. But here we just promote. And yep, I'm about average on this. Starting to get closer to the rating I was at on my other account. This one was about 18. Oh wait, no, 1800 is my rating in here. Okay. So this one was only 1600. Okay. So many of these. Now this one, the king is already cut off. I think you can just play king c1 here, and then c2, and kind of do a similar thing. You can also move the rook down to e7, just to get it off of, being like your king, like any nasty skewers or something of that sort. Let's see. So I think I will just start with that. So it goes like that. So now we're just going to pull up the pawn. Play king b2. He goes back with check. We move 2 squares in front, and then we do this. Like that's actually a very, like if the pawn wasn't as advanced, like if the king was supporting the pawn, generally that's how you move the pawn forward with, this rook harassing the king. You just kind of, move to the side, let him check, and then you move 2 squares in front of the pawn, and then you just pull the pawn up. It's kind of like the king is pulling the pawn forward and all that stuff. So here, I think we can go rook e5, and then if king f4, we can go rook to b5. So let's do that. And here, king b1 probably. If he goes there, we just give a check to get the king away. Alright, he does that. Let's just give a check and promote. In we go. And only one real mistake here, which is just that the engine doesn't like rook e7. I would rather I just get on with the plan with the king c1 stuff. Like just do this, and do that, and ew, what is this? Oh, actually the rook is covering that, so yeah, that is a different idea than previously. I should familiarize myself with that technique when the rook is already, you know, on this rank and is supporting the pawn push forward. Yeah, I should learn that. Although the way I did it here with this and that, and this is still fine. This is kind of theory, the Lucena bridge idea. And oh, king and queen versus king, knight, and pawn. These ones can get a little tricky, although the pawn isn't too far, like it's not too close to the to promotion, so it's not as scary. Some of these can get very nasty. Like a very common theme in a lot of these ones is zugzwang. So let's see, I'm thinking queen f6 and then put the queen on g5. Just to restrict the king from doing anything. Right, let's see now. Yeah, I don't think we want the king getting in front and supporting the pawn forward, although it might not matter. The queen might be able to just stop all that on its own. I think just putting the queen on f6 and then g5, it kind of makes some sense. Like it just means the king can't ever come to like h4 or f4, and then you just have to watch and make sure that, you know, generally your king and queen are on different colored squares so that the knight can never fork them. So I think I'll try that. You might have a knight move that just kicks my queen out of g5 though, so there's that too. Let's see. This is an interesting one. But in general, I think you do want to restrict the king from helping support the pawn's movement forward. If queen f6 and he plays knight h4, I think we just move our king in closer. So let's try some of that. Okay, the king is just running away for whatever reason. I don't really get it. Yeah, the problem with these puzzles is that you're playing against an engine, and sometimes the engine move looks completely nonsensical and is not a move that a human would play. Maybe there's some idea here that I'm missing. I'll just play queen g5. Okay, he's just, you know, moving back and forth. That's fine with me. Alright. You just want to move your king in now. Alright. Yeah, move the king in and just kind of force him back. Maybe here is okay. Just have to watch for forks whenever they're on the same colored square. Always gotta watch for that. So now let's just force them back. And now I think king e4 would force the knight to give up protection of this pawn. So it goes there, and now it's going to be king and queen versus king and knight, which is a little tricky, but I think it's not too bad here, since the king is already very close to the edge. So here I should definitely get the, like, move one of these things and get them onto different colored squares. So let's try here. Knight's going there. Makes sense. Maybe queen to f3 to avoid stalemate. Yeah, queen to f3 I think restricts the knight. Knight can't come forward, it has to run away, it has to run back. And then you can probably make some progress on getting the king closer to the edge. So let's do that. So it goes back as I expected. So queen d3 check, followed by either queen e2 or queen c2, since the king will be on the edge at that point. So try not to mouse slip. And then go like that. And then I think we can play king c3. If knight there, we just move king b3, and he's just very unhappy. I think he has to sack the knight at this point and run away with the king. Probably there, yep. Okay. And then here, and he's probably just going to give up the knight, or the engine is, I should say. He goes there, and yep, just take the knight. Right, and that's how you generally do these ones. You have to just force the king back, force him back, and like make sure you don't get forked and all that stuff. Like the reason why the engine is giving up the knight is because it distracts the king from getting over here, where you know the knight won't be able to stop all the checkmates and stuff. So anyway, that was that one. Alright, queen versus two pawns. I think the move that just jumps out at me is just queen g8 check. That gives a skewer, and the king can't jump to b3 because the queen covers that square. And you just snap off this pawn, and then this one will fall very, very easily. And like that's just the most intuitive thing I see. I don't see anything better. Like just getting rid of this pawn right away and getting your queen on the 7th rank is already very good. And then your king can help deal with this pawn. He's close enough to help with that. Alright, yeah, these puzzles are still kind of easy. And then we can just put the queen on c2 so that his king can never touch c2 and the pawn can never move to c2. I think we can just force the king back some more. Play queen c3, play queen c4. Watch for stalemates, of course, but there aren't any here, so anyway. Moving closer and closer to my proper endgame puzzles rating. That's good. I think it was originally about 2000 or 2050, something like that. Oh no, another rook and pawn one. Those are tricky. Okay. So doing that. The pawn is of course moving this way. I think generally you want the king to get in front of the pawn, not pawn in front of the king. So I think king c5, king b4, that's probably the first few moves. Like b4 might actually just be an immediate draw. But I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to find out. The rook is already well placed. It's cutting off this king from getting into things. Like generally speaking, like in a non-rook pawn, rook and pawn endgames, there's kind of this concept of a long side. So that would be this side of the pawn. That's the long side, and the short side. And if you're defending, you want to get your king onto the short side of the pawn. You want to get him in front of the pawn, and you want him to be on the short side. You want your rook to be on the long side, because then it can give a bunch of checks. It can harass the attacking side's king without, the king being able to actually go and touch the rook easily, because, there would be just so many squares in between them that the king gets very annoyed and all that stuff. But anyway, I'm going to just do this since I think this is right. It goes there. I think that's sensible. Although I'm going to keep my rook on this file so that his king can never get in. I'm going to have my king just pull up the pawn, as I think I've shown before. So he's going like that. So I'll go like this. He's going like that. If I'll drop my rook over to here. And now I think I'll just pull up the pawn. He's going like that. Yep, he's going to the long side, which makes sense. Like, you know, side checks with the rook, they don't work so well on the short side and all that. So let's see, I think king a3 is the next move. Yeah, the next move. And then if he tries checking over there, I think he can just play b3 and then king a2, b2, just pull up the pawn. Anyway, I'm going to go here. He goes back. We're just going to pull up the pawn. Very, very fundamental technique in this endgame is just the pull up the pawn idea. Like there's the Lucena bridge, and there's also pull up the pawn. And then here. And if he had tried, you know, more checks, I would eventually just block with my rook on d5. Like the rook would go to b5, I should say. Right there and there. And yeah, I was about average on this one. Yeah, it probably is a faster approach. Seems that I guess the engine wants to push the pawn. That makes sense. But king c5 is the second best move. Pushing the pawn's a little risky, but eventually I might get to the point where I can actually determine when is it completely fine to just push and win that way. And over here it's saying I should go rook to g4, which is kind of interesting, or rook to h4. But rook c8 is kind of second or third best, depending on how you view it. And it doesn't like promoting. That's pretty funny. Maybe it wanted rook b5 first or something. Yeah, it wanted rook b5. Pretty weird, but promoting is fine, even though the engine doesn't like it. Well, actually no, the engine thinks it's fine. It's just one. Yeah, it's just Maton 18 instead of Maton 17. Oh no. You know, the greatest tragedy. You missed Maton 17. Oh no. All right. I think I've got room for a few more puzzles. Before, ooh, this is a cool one. I think I'll stop streaming at about 9:30, which is in about a half hour. So in this one, it's a very cool trick. What you do is you go down here, and then you go here. Like this is queen versus pawn on the 7th, and normally with rook pawns, it's a draw. But since there's this extra pawn, you have time. Like since like white can still move this pawn, you have time to like go here, essentially stalemating the king, but the pawn can still move. And then you come here, and then the pawn moves again, and then you just do this. And it's checkmate. And yeah, this is a good pattern to know for those kinds of endgames and stuff. Like endgame patterns in general, very, very important stuff. Much more important to know than openings, especially for beginners or for intermediate players. Like my openings look terrible, but at least my end games and middle game play are pretty good. Like very often what'll happen on Lichess is I'll be playing someone and they'll get a little advantage in the opening, but then in the middle game they'll play badly and I'll just strike back and overwhelm them and stuff. Like if my openings are good, I think my rating, like in real life and in Lichess, would probably be 100 points higher. And also chess.com, probably 100 points higher. But if my middle games and end games were bad, probably be like 500 points lower. So anyway, this position here. You've got the rook in front of the pawn, which is not ideal. You ideally want to get the king there. I think king c3 is the right idea. Just free up the rook, put the king on b2, maybe move the rook to c1, so that this king can never touch the pawn. And yeah, that's probably it. It's probably something just as simple as that. Not really seeing anything else for white, like any sort of defensive measures white has here. King is too far away. My king's fairly close. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of freeing up the rook. Goes check, but I want to go to b2 anyway. Goes there. I think I can just go rook c1 right now. And maybe play like king a2 or king b1, depending on what he does. Goes there. Okay, go here now. Just pull up the pawn, pull up the pawn. Move this rook to here. And this is once more a Lucena. And let's see. Just give the check. Move to the 4th rank. And now try to escape. And if he checks on b7, you go to c3. And if he then checks on what do you call it, c7, you then jump to b4. And if he checks again, you just rook b5. That's the idea. But that's not what the engine does for whatever reason. I think it's more instructive for it to play that line, but anyway. And next puzzle. Let's see. I have the black pieces here. If I take this pawn, I have the opposition, which is a very important concept. Generally what you want to do in king and pawn versus king and pawn is get your king, what do you call it? I think 2 squares in front of your pawn or something, or get the pawn to the 6th rank, and then at that point, actually no, pawn to the 5th rank, and then your king on the 6th rank, and if their king's over there, it doesn't matter whose turn it is you just win. That's one important pattern to know. And another pattern is just when there's 1 square between the king and the pawn, like your king and your pawn, then it kind of doesn't matter who has the opposition at that point. But here I think I should just take this, just grab the opposition, and let's see, this is a knight pawn, so you gotta watch for some stalemate tricks that white will have. And let's just keep grabbing the opposition. And then here, I think we can now push the pawn, push it 2 squares. Because there's a trick with knight pawns where at some point you want to just give back the opposition. Although there is a question of if I go king c3, he goes king a3 or king a1. Yeah, it might make sense to just go king c3 here. King here. And then this is a core position where it doesn't matter whose move it is. It doesn't matter who has the opposition. Like the side with the king and the pawn just can win. I think it's king a3, king a1, and b3, king b1, b2, and you win. Alternatively, king a3, king c1, king a2. Yep, okay. The engine's doing that because lets him survive for longer, and apparently I did this perfectly, but king and pawn versus king, very elementary stuff. Very important that you master that and be able to get that down perfect, since it comes up quite a bit, and you don't want to, draw a wand game because you messed up your endgame technique and stuff. Since in quite a few tournament games, you'll see like one side win a pawn and then just grind out the rest of the game and then just promote that pawn. Like everything gets down to king and pawn versus king. Oh, king and queen versus king, knight, and pawn again. This will be interesting. So this pawn is going this way. Now let's see. I think queen f5 is a good move here, with the idea being to put the queen on f7, forcing the king back. Now let's think a little. Yeah. And if he plays knight g5, he can then just play queen f6 check. or something. And let's think a little bit more about that. After king h7, what do you do? He's kind of in zugzwang at that point, so you probably play king e6. And then after that, although no, the knight will be covering that square. Maybe king e8 instead of king e6. And then after that, the knight does not have any nice squares to go to. And yeah, okay, king e8 at that point. Just put him in zugzwang, force him to make a bad move. So queen f5 looks very good. Doesn't have knight f8, doesn't have knight f6, just has knight g5, so this position's very simple. h5 just drops the pawn immediately. So yeah, I think you just want to cramp him and force him back. And king h8 runs into queen g6. King g8 runs into queen g6. So yeah, I think the queen f5 idea is just very strong, probably the best move. Knight g5. So the idea here is to just put him in zugzwang and go king e8. Actually, no, I was going to give a check first and then go king e8. Let's see, if I give this a check, go to g8, then queen g6, or queen takes the pawn. So king h7 is the only move. Might even have king f8 actually. King f8 is very strong, since he's forced to sack the knight, I think, if he does king h7. So yeah, let's do this. Let's do our plan. He goes king g8. I think we can just take everything with check. Or queen g7 check. Let's calculate it all. Queen here check, king h8, queen takes the pawn with check, knight h7, otherwise the knight falls. And you want to make sure you don't accidentally stalemate him. Probably just play queen g6. Then the knight is the only piece that can move. Knight goes to f8, knight goes to f6, knight goes to g5. If it goes to g5, you can take, and it's not stalemate since he has the h7 square. So yeah, okay, that looks good. So I think we do this. We take. He goes there, and then we just get him in zugzwang. And oh, never mind, I forgot something. Forgot that he. Oh wait, no, this is fine. Just do this. You just pin the knight to the king. And yeah. Okay. And let's see. Maybe I'll switch to some tactics now, since you know my endgame rating is getting closer to what it should be, so that's good. Let's do some tactics instead. And yep, this was the most recent one I did, so. Let's see now. This position here, lots of interesting stuff going on. We have knight e5, that's an idea, with basically what you want to do is maybe force the queen away from the c6 square, because after knight e5, if the queen goes like any of this stuff, maybe you can go knight c6 check, but he does have queen e8, which is probably the best way to avoid that. Although maybe you have bishop b5, although the knight covers that square, so no, okay. So knight e5 is interesting, it's just might not fully work. Is there anything else here? Not to assess the position and look for the weaknesses and all that stuff. Bishop f6. What does that even do? I think. What are the weaknesses? What are the weaknesses? Mainly the file, the open file on the king. Potential for pins over here. This bishop is very loose, so this bishop is a weakness. Bishop a6 is an idea, but the knight defends, and the rook is also defending that, so this pawn is not that weak. It's very well protected. So, what is there in this position? Probably is just knight e5 and then something after that. Yeah, how do we follow up knight e5? What comes next? Knight e5, queen e8, and this rook becomes a little loose. You can maybe play knight g4 at that point, and then, you know, the idea of bring the knight to f6 and get nasty that way. Let's see, we also have knight takes g5 as an idea. Although pawn takes, rook, queen takes rook. Don't really see anything. Lots of stuff here, lots of interesting stuff. Weak bishop over there, some pins over there. Yeah, I shouldn't move until I see it, whatever it is. Bishop e5. Oh, wait. The tactic is very simple. I'm so silly. I'm really overthinking this. This bishop's trapped. That's all it is. You can just play queen b3 and win the bishop. Yeah, okay. I think that's it. I think that's the tactic. Since white is actually up material, like, well, it's kind of interesting actually. Like, each side has two rooks, each side has a bishop and knight, but white has a bishop versus, I think it's 3 pawns? No, it's 4 pawns. So the move might just be queen b3. And black doesn't really have any nice way of defending the bishop or getting it out of here. Since if knight c4, you just play bishop takes c4, and after pawn takes, you just take the bishop. And he might try knight takes c4, or bishop takes c4, and then he moves his bishop somewhere. Like, that's probably his best try. And then you just move your bishop somewhere. Like, maybe he moves his bishop to d6 and targets this pawn or something. But you can then play knight e5 at that point to just protect this pawn. And if he takes, like if he takes your knight, you take his queen with check. And if he takes your knight, this knight, you take back with your bishop and you have check. So you'll have time to get this bishop out of here. So I think that's it. I think it's just queen b3 and then all that stuff with you know, knight c4. That's probably what the computer will try. I don't really see anything better. All this knight e5 stuff just seems like a wild goose chase. So I don't see any way he can defend that bishop. So I think I will just go for it. He goes for that. So what is the idea of that move? Let's try to think. Probably to play knight b5, although I can then just play bishop takes b5, and if he takes like that, I can. Well, he'll be forking the king and knight, so there's that. Although I could do queen takes here, and if knight there, I could play bishop here. And then if queen takes, nah, I don't like that very much. And what else is there to consider? What else? What else? It's probably okay to let him take this pawn. Looks a bit scary, but it might be okay. Take this pawn and then take the knight, since you can. Well, no, actually, since he'll be forking the king and this rook, and that does not look very good. You've always got to watch for those kind of things. Alright. So queen takes a3. We don't actually have to play right now. You can just play like king g2 or something. Like just move the king 1 square forward. Although, actually no, he'll defend the thing at that point, the bishop. So there is kind of urgency to just take right now. Although if he plays knight b5, you don't have to take it. You can just move your queen somewhere, and then if he plays queen takes g3 check, you just play bishop g2. And maybe he has g4, but then you have bishop e5 check. You have that threat. So okay, I'll do this. Ah, it doesn't even go into this complicated stuff with knight b5. Just well, what happens next? Yeah, knight b5, and then yeah, you can just play queen c1 or something. Just move the queen. You don't have to take the knight. If he plays like he does this, and he does that, and then you can just do bishop g2. Just keep yourself safe and all that. And yeah, white is a little bit better here. White has 2 minor pieces versus, I think it's 5 pawns. I think that generally does favor the minor pieces. White's king is a little bit unsafe, but you know, hard to attack it when you're running out of pieces, you know. So extra knight b5. What does that tag mean? Maybe it just means you have to spend all this time analyzing that, and it doesn't even ask you for it. So anyway, in this position, the rook on h8 is hanging, but if you take it, you probably plays bishop g7 or something, and yeah, queen can probably run away. But the question is taking the rook really the best move for white, or does white have any good alternatives? Is there some other threat on the board to pay attention to? Like white's back rank isn't that weak, although the bishop is hanging. Like, let's see. And white is already down a rook anyway. Like rook for knight, I should say. So down in exchange. And black has 2 extra pawns as well. So let's see. Let's take a look at this position. So after queen takes h8, if bishop g7, you just play queen h3. Just defend your bishop. Just, you know, get out of there. If knight takes e3, then you can play queen h7 check. And then maybe bishop g7 happens or something. And you can just get your queen out of there with tempo. And maybe you can play knight takes e6, just get really nasty. And go on a king hunt or something. I don't know, it's probably too crazy, but I think it's correct to just take the rook. I don't really see anything else for white here besides taking the rook. It just seems like the best move. I don't see any in-between moves to consider or anything like that. So let's just take the rook and see what black does. It goes like that. Okay, queen h3 is probably the move. Just protect this bishop because it's going to be taken by the knight. And he can move the rook over to h8. That's fine. You can just move the queen along this rank, along the third rank. So yeah, I don't really see anything. Is there anything all that interesting? What kind of puzzle was this? It's too obvious. You know, this is only yes. All these moves were obvious. Yeah, I feel like a mathematician in a dark room looking for a black cat that isn't there. So here the idea is probably rook takes f8 followed by e7. even. Like, that's probably it. Let's see. If we go e7 right away, doesn't really help, but rook takes f8 after c takes d5, e7. There isn't really a nice way to fork the king and the pawn. The queen will then give some checks, like maybe queen here check or queen there check. But then the king just runs to h3, and the fact that we have this pawn over here means that if queen c2 check, he doesn't even have like queen f5 ideas, since the rook would be covering that anyway. So I'm very much leaning towards just taking the rook and pushing the pawn. Like, that's probably it. There's no good checks with the queen. Sacking the queen doesn't make sense like this. Like, queen takes pawn, that just seems silly. I think just rook takes f8 and e7. And I don't see anything else that's worth considering. Like, white just wants to accelerate this win. Queen d7 doesn't seem to do anything since this pawn's well defended. This pawn is coming too, so you want to be really fast. You want to just get rid of stuff. And let's see. If rook takes, pawn takes, e7, a2, e8 equals queen, a1 equals queen. You have rook h8 checkmate. So this, yeah, okay. You definitely want to win this promotion race very urgently. And let's see. And everything else I think is a lot more passive and doesn't really feel like a tactics puzzle. So even if it's wrong, like I think this is the move I would play like in a blitz game or a rapid game or something. So let's do it. Yep, okay. He goes there, king h3 is probably the move. Since if rook f2, he has queen c8, you know, stopping the pawn from promoting. Like, he could then play rook f8, but then he just comes back and repeats. So let's do this. He goes there. We promote, he takes, we take, and this pawn can't promote in time. We just stop it immediately. The reason why he sacks the queen is, of course, because of this mate threat on h8 that is pretty much unstoppable. Well, like, if he tries going g6, then you do rook f7 check. If he tries going g5, like, I think you do rook h8 check, and then after king g7, queen f8 is mate. So g5 would only work if the queen were on this diagonal and was protecting the h8 square. But even then, you might still have rook f7 check, and, you know, just gets very nasty. Just a very nasty mating attack. Especially with the king here, since it would actually be supporting the attack in that scenario where black were somehow defending the h8 square. But anyway, like, this king would support the g4 push, for example, if the king ran to h5. Anyway. Next puzzle. Okay, I think this will actually be the last one, since it's about 9:30. So, anyway, in this position here, let's assess the position. Material looks about even. There aren't a whole lot of weaknesses and stuff. What's it called? Let's see. Take. Then what? This knight is quite nice. This bishop has some nice scope, even though white isn't currently really doing much over here. What does black want to do in this position? Got to think. Probably win material. That's probably what this one's about. Can win a pawn very easily, but can probably do better than that. Oh, wait. Is it one of these where you go like knight takes, Yeah, knight takes, queen takes, rook d1 check. It's probably that idea. And then he has bishop f1. He has that. And then after that, maybe queen takes queen, rook takes, and then rook takes rook. That's probably it. Just knight takes here, queen takes, rook d1 check, bishop f1, queen takes c3, rook takes c3, rook takes a1. It's probably just that. Because that's what stands out to me. Like after knight takes here, queen takes there, play rook there with check, and if he takes, you just take the queen. You're up in exchange of queen for rook. So yeah, okay. Yep, looks like it. And he does that, and then you do this, and yeah. I am not a tactical wizard. 5 in a row, are you kidding me? That is not a wizard. That's just a guy who's been doing too many easy puzzles. And I think that'll be it for this stream. So, as usual, if you liked what you saw, feel free to follow me on Twitch. I think I'm going to start streaming chess regularly on Saturdays, starting at about 4 p.m. or whenever this stream started. So yeah, this was fun. Thank you, and